All right, so while waiting for the judge, I just would like to remind you guys on your time allocation and time management. Please ensure that you did time your um time so that you do not go beyond the time that is allocated. All right, so for opening statement of both teams, each team will be allocated 5 minutes, and then for examination in chief, we will get 15 minutes respectively. For cross-examination will be 20 minutes, re-examination 10 minutes, and the closing statement for each team will be 20 minutes. So when you're speaking, you can ask your group mates, your teammates to checking your time so that you do not go beyond the time. Once you have exceeded the time limit, I will remind you and tell you that your time is up.
I have a question. Are we allowed to ask the court for time extension?
Extension. All right, so that will depends on the judge.
All right, thank you.
All right. Tuan Salim, are you there?
Hello, hi. Tuan Salim is still on his way.
All right.
Good morning. Is Tuan Salim is here?
Hello.
Hello, good morning, Tuan
Assalamualaikum
Salim.
and good morning to everyone.
Waalaikumsalam. Good morning. Are you ready?
I am good. Who is this?
I am Auni, the court interpreter for today.
Auni. Yes, Auni. Yes.
Alright.
Sorry. Yeah. I hope
It's
everyone
okay.
is okay
Alright.
and ready to start the proceedings.
Alright. Before we
This
get
is
started,
between two universities.
yes, between UITM 1 and ATC.
Oh, UITM and ATC.
Alright. Before we get started, can I get everyone to open your camera and use the respective virtual background? Okay, nice. So now, before we begin our sessions, as a last reminder, I would like to remind everyone on your time management and allocation. Please do time yourself, as we will remind you only when the time is up. And for the time allocation for opening statement on each team, will be allocated 5 minutes each. Examination in chief will take place 15 minutes. Cross-examination will be allocated 20 minutes time. Re-examination will take place 10 minutes. And for the closing statement, each team will have 20 minutes. All right, is that clear for everyone? All right, okay. So now,
Auni, guide me on the timing of the proceedings. Yeah.
all right, I can do that. Okay. So now, everyone's ready. We'll get started. All rise. The sessions court is now in session. Tuan Salim is presiding. Thank you. The court
Thank
is
you.
now in session. We
Thank you.
call for case SDK-63ES-6/6/2021. Public prosecutor versus Bah Hakim, anak laki Bahing, is now in session. Please be mindful of your time, as we will notify you once your time is up. Can the accused take the stand? Are you represented by a counsel?
Yes.
Yes.
Counsel and the prosecutors. May I know
Yes.
who is acting as the prosecutions here?
Prosecution will be from UITM 1.
Your ITM is the prosecutions and ATC is the defense counsel.
Yes.
May I know, have the ATC submitted their pretrial documents? When did you submit your pretrial documents? Who is the lead counsel for the ATC?
We have submitted it 7 days prior.
Okay. 7 days prior to that. Prior, is that a time timeline given to ATC to submit the pre-trial document? Did you comply with the timeline? Okay. Did you submit your written submissions? When did you submit your written submissions?
That was also done 7 days prior,
I was.
the opening statement,
Was there any document submitted today morning?
the closing statement.
Closing statement,
Yes, the skeletal closing statement.
not submission.
And
You might want to cross-check with the organizers whether you have complied with the timeline in respect of the pre-trial documents and also the written submissions. Okay. And if they were to have the view that you didn't comply, then I have to take that into consideration when I'm deliberating the points. Okay. So please do check with the counterparts. Okay. Whether they could be in touch with the management organizers of the team, organizers of the competitions, whether you did comply with the requirements. Yeah, because I did receive a message that ATC didn't comply with certain things. Okay. I was informed, for your knowledge, that ATC have not sent their pre-trial documents, and the pre-trial documents was sent, has not been sent within time period. It's been sent 6 days after the due date. Is that true?
we sent it to the organizers later on because we did ask the organizers as to the email of our opponents, but we never received the prosecution's what do you call that? The prosecution's documents, pre-trial documents.
Okay.
What has to be complied is that the prosecution sends the documents 7 days prior, and then we have to send it 2 days after that.
Is that what been agreed with the competition organizers?
Yes.
Is that true, Auni? Are you representing the organizers here or anyone else?
Alright, we are
who could
currently
address me on
checking
that
in
point?
with the management.
Pardon?
We are currently checking in with the
Yes,
management.
please do so.
Alright.
Kanisha, please do also check with the managements. I also was informed that ATC yet to submit the closing skeleton submissions. The deadline was today at 8:30. Can anyone verify that? What say you, Kanisha?
Yes, sir, the closing statement was already sent. I'm checking now with the organizers.
Please do so. I want all these documents to be in order before we start the proceedings, or else I have to take that into consideration while I'm deliberating the points. Okay? Thank you. Well, rest assured that I want as much as engagement as possible from both prosecutions and the defense, and every other documents that you wish to tender must be in compliance with the rules under Criminal Procedure Code and Evidence Act. With
Alright,
that,
I'm so sorry to interject.
sorry.
But I've reached out to the central management, and they
Yep.
did mention that ATC did not comply with the submission timeline. And also for the skeletal submission, it's supposed to be on 8:30 a.m. today, but as of 8:44, I have been notified that ATC has still not sent in their skeletal submission.
What say you, Kanisha?
I have reached out to the organizer, but I haven't had any response yet. I'm literally re-mailing every document.
You have a
But
proof
I have actually sent it in.
you have sent it in.
Yes,
You
I have sent
proof.
it in.
I'm sure you have sent it by email. Am I right?
Yes.
You have proof of the sending.
Yes, I will send it to the organizers.
Yes, please furnish them with the proof.
Okay.
So, and Auni, please double check with the organizers and revert back to me on these 2 points.
All right, we will
Okay,
do.
so I will take note of that. Okay, at the
Alright,
moment we'll proceed. as if the documents has been submitted, right? Okay, right. Because on my side also, I only received the prosecution's document. Okay, haven't received any of the defense documents as per today. But I will give all opportunities for the documents to be handed over to the organizers. And if there is a need be, then I will take that into considerations later on. If the defense wish to tender it documents during the prosecution's case or during the defense case. All right. And before I start the proceedings, okay, I also wish the prosecutions have compliance with Section 51A of the Criminal Procedure Code of tendering all the documents to the defense. Whatever documents that you wish to use should be tendered to the defense before the trial proceeds. Any representative, any counsels for the defense, lead counsel for the defense? Anyone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who is this?
Nurul-Hana, Your Honor. The
Nurul Hana.
prosecution counsel one.
Yes, Nurul Hana.
We have
You-
submitted to the organizers, and on behalf of the organizers, they told us that there is no direct communication. There should be no direct communication between us and the opponent because the serving of documents should only be through the organizers.
Fair enough. So did you submit all the documents to the organizers?
Yes,
To
Your
be
Honor.
handed over to the defense counsels?
I am not made aware of whether these I'm not made aware of whether they serve it to our opponents because we only received our opponents' documents yesterday.
I see. Doesn't matter about the defense document. We already highlighted it to them. They will take charge of the whole thing and they will be responsible for any flaws or of not complying with the timeline. Hana, since you said that you already submitted, Auni, can you confirm that the Hana, lead counsel for the defense, have submitted the documents to the prosecutions? Sorry, to the defense?
All right. We'll do.
Yeah, please double check on that. Kanisha, have you received all the documents from the defense? When I say all the documents, I mean the documents that they wish to tender in court.
No, sir, I've not received the documents from the prosecution. The only thing I've received is the case scenario and the clarifications for it. Nothing else, not the pre-trial document or their opening statement.
How are we going to run the trial without the documents? Auni, can you double check on this? Because it's pretty unfair. I have to comply with the law in order for me to run these proceedings.
All right. I am
And
currently
it's
checking.
unfair for the defense to be adjudged adversely for non-compliance of Section 51A. And I was informed by Hana there shouldn't be any direct communications with the defense. If that were a situation, then they should, then the management, organizing committee should be responsible to hand over the documents to the defense. And if that was not done, then it's, and I would not be able to judge fairly. Okay.
All right. I am now waiting for the reply from the management. Will
Yes.
inform.
Meanwhile, I'm sure in the course of the proceedings, the prosecution will wish to tender a number of documents. And I'm sure also that the defense counsel will take some objections to this tendering of the documents. You know, I will be handicapped to make a ruling in respect of this. In absence of the verification, what documents are being tendered to the defense counsels. Okay, can I now, Kanisha, haven't you received any documents from the defense? Sorry, prosecution.
No, sir. I've only received the case scenario and the clarifications, which is like the basic document. That's it. Not their pre-trial document in terms of their opening statement or anything.
Photograph,
No.
any of that sort?
No.
Nothing?
And I've asked the organizers, but I didn't get any response until yesterday.
I see. Are you the lead counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm sure that your colleagues can confirm this as well.
Sorry, Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Yesterday after
Who is it?
contacting
Who is speaking? Hana.
this
Yes,
is
Hana.
Hana.
Yes, Hana.
Yesterday after contacting the organizers, they gave us the defense's documents that they wish to tender, but after they gave it, they deleted it, and they said that they weren't supposed to give it to us, and so they only gave us the materials,
Who
the
gave you the
defense materials,
materials?
the organizers.
Oh my God. Only, okay,
Yes.
for fairness, okay, I have
All right.
to stand down this matter for the
All right.
purpose of documents being verified. Okay.
All right.
Can all parties agree that we stand down the matter? For how long you all need?
Uh,
Let me ask the interpreter first. How long you need, Auni?
all right. For now, I'm still waiting for the reply. I think can we stand up for 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Will that be
Hannah
okay?
and Kanisha, are you all okay with that?
Yes, sir, I'm okay.
Okay,
Yes, Your
good.
Honor.
Okay, so we
All right.
stand down for 10 minutes. We'll resume back the proceedings in 10 minutes. By
All
then,
right.
I want all those documents and to be sorted out. Okay?
All right.
All
I'm
right.
truly
Thank you.
sorry for the
No
inconvenience.
worries. Please do that, Auni. Thank you so much.
All right. All right. The 10 minutes time is up for this stand down. I have received a partial reply from the management. And let me first answer to the inquiries on why prosecution did not send the documents to the defense counsel. Is because that since this is a criminal trial, so since this is a criminal procedure, and according to the rules and regulation of NMTC that has been briefed, that it requires no prosecution to send their pre-trial docs for this round. And as per the rules, the organizing committee has provided the prosecution and defense their respective opposing case scenario, and this also includes the witness statement.
Okay, it's pretty strange that the rules did not comply with the law of the land as far as Section 51A Criminal Procedure Code is concerned. Okay, I hope in future the rule organizing committee take that into consideration to comply with the rules of the land. Okay, as far as the criminal proceedings are concerned, that the prosecutions are required to tender documents before the trial to the defense, whatever, not all the documents, but whatever document they wish to tender. All right. So with that in mind, I would not take Section 51A into consideration while I'm deliberating this. Okay. Have I made myself clear? Is there anything that the prosecution or defense wanted to state?
Yes, Your Honorable Judge, I have sent in the proof for the closing skeletal argument
Yeah, I
to
just
the
got it.
organizers.
Yes.
But I haven't received any sort of response from them. But I have sent in, and it is stated that.
Auni, please respond to them. Okay, confirm receiving the document. Okay, right. Anna, is there anything that you like to say?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing. Okay, we start the proceedings. It's been we have overdue. Yes, parties shall introduce themselves. Has the charge been read? Parties shall introduce herself.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, proceed.
Should I start with introducing my team?
Yes, of course.
Good morning. My name is Nurahana, and in this round of competition, I will be Raja Ishaq bin Raja Ibrahim as the Prosecution Counsel 1. And for Prosecution Counsel 2, we have Miss Alia Anissa. For the witness, Prosecution Witness 1, we have Fitria Triparwoko. And for Prosecution Witness 2, we have Emilia Adriana. For the instructing solicitor, we have Haikal Ubaidillah.
How many of them?
5.
5 of you. Okay.
5 people.
Right. Okay. Who's the lead counsel? Anna, are you the lead counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Prosecution have introduced themselves. Defense.
Your Honor, I'm the lead counsel, Kanisha Naya. We have our second counsel, Nishantini Alangovan. The first witness will be Ms. Paul Xiao Jun. And the second witness will be Sumitra Joanne. While our instructing solicitor is Ms. Lee Yuwon. Thank you.
May I proceed? Proceed.
All right. Can the accused take the stand? Are you represented by a counsel?
Yes, I am.
That you on 26th of November 2020 at around 6:45 p.m. at an unnumbered premise in the district of Kuala Selangor in the state of Selangor Darul Ehsan did keep 202 live Sunda pangolins manis javanica without a special permit, and whereas the said animal is a wholly protected wildlife species under the second schedule Wildlife Conservation Act 2010 Act 716, you have thereby committed an offence under Section 68, subsection 1, paragraph A of the Wildlife Conservation Act 2010, Act 716, and punishable under Section 68, subsection 2, paragraph A. Today, the case is fixed for trial.
Proceed.
The prosecution may give the opening statement.
Before you're opening a statement and all that, where's the plea? Where's the accused person? There's no accused person. Do they have an accused person here?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Who's the accused person?
Your
There
Honor,
is-
it's me,
Who?
Paul
It's-
Selji,
Is he or
representing
she?
Pak Hakim.
May I know who's the accused person only?
Bah Hakim anak laki Bahing will
Okay,
be,
is he taking, is he part of these proceedings? Is the accused person part of these proceedings?
yes.
Where is he?
I think
Is
it will be,
anyone acting as a accused person here?
yes.
Who?
Post Shajin.
Where is it? Pozia Jin. What
Yes, sir.
say you? You must, they charge being read out against you. So what is your plea?
I pleaded not guilty.
Not guilty. Okay. You must say it out loudly. Okay. Right. Then only prosecution can satisfy themselves. That you wanted to claim trial. Okay. Proceed. You understand the charge, Pozia Jun?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The prosecution may give the opening statement.
Yes.
Your Honor, before I start, may we have permission to present the opening statement to
Yes.
share the.
Proceed.
Your Honor, if I may, of the permission from the court, I shall be presenting the opening statement for prosecution.
Yes.
May it please this honorable court. My name is Raja Ishaq bin Raja Ibrahim, and together with me is my learned friend, Miss Alia Anissa. Together, we are appearing on behalf of the prosecution for this case. Appearing for the accused, Mr. Bah Hakim anak laki Bahing, are my learned friends, Kanisha Nair and Nishantini Elangovan. Your Honor, our authority to appear today is as per the delegation by the Director of Prosecution for the State of Selangor made under Section 377, Paragraph B of Criminal Procedure Code, CPC. We hereby tender the authorization letter duly signed by Mio Ahmad bin Mio Ismail, the Director of Prosecution, to this honorable court for record purposes. On February 15, 2021, the accused was charged in Sessions Court at Klang, where the charge reads as follows: that you, on November 26, 2020, at around 6:45 p.m., at an unnumbered premise in the district of Kuala Selangor, in the state of Selangor Darul Ihsan, did keep 202 live Sunda pangolins, Manis havanica, without a special permit, and whereas the said animal is wholly protected wildlife species under the second schedule, Wildlife Conservation Act 2010. You have thereby committed an offence under Section 68, subsection 1, paragraph A of the Act, and punishable under Section 68, subsection 2, paragraph A. To ease the court, Section 68, subsection 1, paragraph A of the Act, read together with Section 68, subsection 2, paragraph A, states that any person who hunts or keeps any totally protected wildlife other than an immature totally protected wildlife or the female of a totally protected wildlife without a special permit commits an offence, and any person who commits an offence under subsection 1 and which offence involves pangolins, Manis havanica, exceeding 20 heads shall, on conviction, be punished with a fine of not less than 50,000 ringgit and not more than 100,000 ringgit, or with imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years or to both. The accused is Mr. Bah Hakim anak laki Bahing of the Temuan tribe, and he pleads not guilty to the charge. By virtue of Section 173, paragraph M of the CPC, the prosecution will prove beyond reasonable doubt the elements of the charge, which are: first, there were 202 live pangolins. Second, the 202 live pangolins were kept in an unnumbered premise occupied by the accused. Third, the pangolins are categorized as totally protected wildlife under the second schedule to the Act. And fourth, the accused failed to produce a special permit for the keeping of the totally protected wildlife, which are the 202 live pangolins. On November 9, 2020, the Department of Wildlife and National Parks, Perhilitan Selangor, received information on illegal hunting activities in Kuala Selangor Forest Reserve, KSFR. Upon instruction by the Director of Perhilitan Selangor, the Deputy Director, Mr. Sugumaran Parasuman, had set up a surveillance team on November 10, 2020. The team decided to set a bait to catch the suspect, who was an active trader on social media. A member of the team, Mr. Wan Tan Mi, managed to contact the accused through Instagram on the pretext of purchasing wildlife, after which they agreed to meet on November 26, 2020 at 6 p.m. at Kedai Makan Bia. As the accused was heading back to retrieve live pangolins for Mr. Wan Tan Mi, two members of the team had trailed after him to an unknown premise at which a raid was conducted at 6:45 p.m., where it was discovered that there were 6 long-tailed macaques, 2 leopard cats, and 202 live pangolins kept in the said premise. Subsequently, the accused was arrested and all wildlife found were seized. The prosecution will be calling 2 witnesses, namely PW1 Sugumaran Parasuman and PW2 Wan Tan Mi. PW1 has been in the department for 24 years since 1997. He will testify that starting from November 10, 2020, he had led an illegal hunting surveillance team in KSFR, which resulted in a raid and subsequent arrest of the accused at the premise where 202 live pangolins were seized. PW2 is an assistant wildlife officer at Perhilitan for 7 years since 2014. He will testify that he had been in contact with the accused and purchased several wildlife animals from him 11 days prior to meeting him in person on 26 November on the pretext of purchasing pangolin scales. The prosecution will prove beyond reasonable doubt that there were indeed 202 live pangolins kept by the accused at the premise which he occupied. For this purpose, apart from the witnesses' testimonies, the prosecution will also bring the court's attention to the exhibits filed in the prosecution's Section 51A of CPC document. Further, manis habanika are listed under the second schedule to the Act as totally protected wildlife and can only be kept by a holder of a special permit as per Section 11, Paragraph A of the Act. The defense may claim that the accused does not require a special permit as his Orang Asli status enabled him to hunt for wildlife animals. Nevertheless, Section 51 of the Act expressly states that Aborigines may only hunt certain wildlife, of which is limited to protected wildlife listed under the 6th schedule.
Thank you. But I take concern the fact that you have listed in your opening statement that you have in compliance with 51A document, which you aren't. Okay, so I will take that it is not being compliant. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not a fault of your people, but the organizing committee should have more alert on on this aspect. Anyway, yeah, thanks for that. Proceed.
Your Honor, that concludes my opening statement. If there are no further questions, may I pray to call my first witness?
Yes, please.
My first witness, PW1, is Mr. Sugumaran Parasuman. Witness, did you prepare a witness statement for the purpose of today's trial?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I will refer you to the witness statement that has been prepared.
Okay.
Instructing solicitor, if you may.
Mr. Sugumaran, please take the stand. Please state your full name and your identification number.
My name is Mr. Sugumaran Parasuraman. My IC number is 720120125689.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear
Yes,
that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do solemnly and sincerely affirm that all the evidence which I shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Proceed. Teruskan, proceed.
Your Honor, a moment. We're waiting for the instructing solicitor to show the witness statement. Mr. Sugumaran, I will refer
Before
you.
that, as this witness statement being forwarded to the defense?
We have submitted to the organizer. We have no information of whether.
Defense counsel,
Your Honor, we have not received the document.
how can you all, organizing committee, how can you all, do this? It's pretty unfair for the defense. You know, a witness statement submitted, but you didn't give it a copy to the defense. How are they going to cross-examine in such a short period of time? All documents have been submitted. I don't know what rules you're using. It's all non-compliance with the law. The law demands for a moment a witness statement is adduced. If it is not an oral, the document have to be forwarded to the defense counsel for them to read and cross-examine. Okay? You better tell all this to the whoever organizing this competition. You know, one party cannot have a leverage over another. See? Under 402B, the documents have, if it's a witness statement, if I have to accept this as a part of an evidence, equally, you know, these documents have to be forwarded to the defense for them to cross-examine. We have to be fair.
I'm so sorry, Tuan Salim, but for the witness statement, it is already present in the case scenario that we have forwarded to the defense.
Then the prosecution saying they not given, they didn't have.
If I may,
sorry,
Your
a
Honor,
defense counsel saying they not have. This way, defense counsel. Who is
Your
that?
Honor, if I may, this is Nurhana again.
Hmm.
We both the prosecution and defense team did not receive a witness statement. We only received the materials for the competition.
So is this question and answer is there?
No questions and answer, only answers. Not in Q&A form that we have to tender in court.
Oh, you. Defense counsel, where is this defense counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I hear from you? What
Yes,
say you?
we agree with the first prosecution counsel, Hannah. This is what was given to us, which is the case scenario.
Do you have an issue in this?
We do, but we are at a point where we are at trial, so we will do our best to tender our questions into cross-examination, Your Honor.
I take it the fact that, you know, you have no objection to all this, as far as the law is concerned. Okay, proceed.
All right, I will start with the first question for PW1. Mr. Sugumaran, please provide us with more information about your occupation.
I am currently working as Deputy Director, Operations G52 at the Department of Wildlife and National Parks Selangor. I joined the Department of Wildlife and National Parks Selangor in 1997 and was first posted at the Department of Wildlife and National Parks Kuantan for 5 years, and in 2016, I was posted to my current office.
Can you please tell the court about your educational background and your experiences with the Wildlife Department?
I obtained an honors degree in zoology from UKM in 1996. I have attended several courses on forest management, enforcement management, wildlife trafficking between 2000 until 2020, organized by the Department of Wildlife and National Parks, Peninsula Malaysia, and WWF Malaysia, respectively.
How many times have you given testimonies in court?
I have appeared in court more than 10 times to give testimonies for cases relating to illegal hunting activities and wildlife trafficking.
Can you please tell the court what happened on November 9, 2020?
My department received an information on illegal hunting activities in Kuala Selangor Forest Reserve, KSFR, on 9 November 2020.
What action did your department take in response to that information?
Upon receiving the information, Tuan Robert Cheong, the Director of Department of Wildlife and National Parks Selangor, had instructed me to immediately set up a surveillance team.
When did you set up the surveillance team and how many officers assisted you?
The surveillance team, led by me, was set up on 10 November. I was assisted by another ACT Pelitan officers.
What was the instruction given to the surveillance team?
The surveillance team was instructed to determine the trustworthiness of the information given by the anonymous whistleblower.
What happened after that?
We had done our surveillance in KSFR straight away.
What was being done by your team besides surveillance?
We had also decided to set a bite to catch the suspect who is actively trading in social media. One time, one of my team members, was entrusted to browse the social media on the pretext of purchasing wildlife, be it leaf or some part of the wildlife.
Was Encik Wantan Mi able to locate any wildlife traders after being told to do so?
Encik Wan Tan Mi had been in contact with several wildlife traders. Finally, on 15 November 2020, Encik Wan Tan Mi had met a breakthrough. He managed to contact with one Bah Akim anak laki Bahing through Instagram that he is interested to buy certain parts of tiger, Panthera tigris.
What happened immediately after they began interacting?
The bite was taken, certain parts of tiger was bought on that very day, followed by the purchase of 5-ton snack on 18 November and a leopard cat on 23 November.
Do you have anything to add regarding the sale and purchase of wildlife animals between Bah Akim and Wantan Mi?
I was sure that the seller who had dealings with Wan Tan Mi was the one behind the illegal hunting activities at KSFR.
What did you do when you found out about Bah Akim's illegal hunting activities?
I present the team finding to Tuan Robert Cheong, the State Director of Perilitan, on 24 November 2020. He was very satisfied with the outcome of surveillance and straight away issued an approval for immediate arrest of the poachers.
What else did you do other than presenting the team's findings to the State Director of Perilitan?
In the meantime, I asked Wan Tan Mi to contact Bah Akim anak laki Bahing on the pretext that he was interested in purchasing pangolin scales in large quantities. Both of them agreed to meet at a food stall by the name of Kedai Makan Biak, Orang Asli Settlement, Kampung Kuala Selangor Hilir on 26 November 2020 at 6 p.m.
What happened on 25 November 2020?
On 25 November 2020, I conduct a briefing on how the raid should be carried out.
Then when did your team conduct the raid?
On 26 November 2020, the operation team left the Perilitan office at 4 p.m. in a surveillance van and 2 Hilux. We reached the alleged site around 5:30 p.m.
Did you see both Wantan Mi and Bah Akim at the alleged site?
I confirm that both Wan Tan Mi and Bah Akim anak laki Bahing met at Kedai Makan Biak at 6 p.m.
What was your plan of action during that time?
Upon seeing Bah Akim anak laki Bahing was leaving by using his bicycle from Kedai Makan Biak, I further instructed my 2 members, Osman Jelani and Fredolin Matanjung, to follow Bah Akim anak laki Bahing along a trail to an unknown premise.
What happened after that?
Bah Akim anak laki Bahing returned after about 30 minutes, bringing along a pair of pangolins.
Can you tell the court at what time you raided the alleged premise?
Around 6:45 p.m., I received a signal from Wan Tan Mi that it was the perfect time to raid the premise.
Please tell the court about the wildlife that you have seized after the raid.
The seizures consist of 6 long-tailed macaque, 2 leopard cats, and 202 live pangolins.
Was there any communication between you and the accused after the seizure?
I cautioned Bah Akim anak laki Bahing that he has committed an offense under the Wildlife Conservation Act 2010 and he will be arrested to assist the investigation.
Can you explain to the court what else you did after the arrest was made against Bah Akim?
After the arrest was made, all wildlife was seized. I asked my officer to prepare a notice of seizure. I checked the notice and duly signed it. The suspect was brought to Pejabat Perilitan in Shah Alam. I had also gone to the Klang police station to lodge an arrest report.
Do you have anything else to add?
On the instruction of the Selangor Perilitan HQ, the case was assigned to IO Raja Ishak bin Raja Ibrahim.
Okay, Mr. Sugumaran, can you please look at the screen and confirm that that is your signature?
Yes, I confirm that.
Do you wish to make any amendments to your witness statement?
No.
Could you please declare that this witness statement is true based on the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Your Honor, I pray to have this witness statement tendered as an exhibit.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit P2. The charge that being read by the prosecution earlier will be marked as Exhibit P1. Witness statement SP1 or PW1 are marked as Exhibit P2. Okay, proceed.
Mr. Sugumaran, in Q&A number 20, you mentioned that you have seized 6 long-tailed macaques, 2 leopard cats, and 202 live pangolins. With the court's permission, I would like to refer you to the rakaman gambar di tempat kejadian.
Is this further questions other than
Yes.
what's contained in the in your witness statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Instructing solicitor, please refer to rakaman gambar di tempat kejadian. Thank you. Witness, in pages 6 and 7, are these the photographs of the live pangolins you mentioned?
Yes.
In pages 7 and 8, are these the photographs of the long-tailed macaques you mentioned?
Yes, I confirm that.
In pages 8 and 9, are these the photographs of the leopard cats you mentioned?
Yes, I confirm that too.
Lastly, in page 9, is this a photograph of the cabin, which is the alleged premise you mentioned in Q&A 19?
Yes.
Can you confirm that these photographs were taken at the premise?
Yes.
Okay, the witness has identified and confirmed all wildlife seized in the photographs as well as the cabins. With that, Your Honor, I pray for this document to be tendered as an exhibit.
What document? Photograph, is it?
Photographs, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No objection. Despite non-compliance with the admissibility. Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, there will be no objection
No
as to the
objection.
photographs. Yes.
Okay. I take it the fact that you're not objecting, huh? 16451A. Non-compliance. Do you have prosecution? Do you have Section 90A?
Sorry, Your Honor?
Do you have Section 90A certificate?
No, Your Honor.
No Section 90A certificate.
If I may, Your Honor,
Yes, Alia.
I am Aliani citing the second counsel for the prosecution.
Yes.
We submit that the non-calling of the photographer is
Mhm.
proven to not be detrimental to the prosecution's case, as it is not an essential condition of admissibility if the photographs have been properly identified. This was seen in the case of public prosecutor against Ramli bin Shafi'i, where Augustine Paul Justice states that there is no need to call the photographer, provided that a witness is available who can testify that what is shown on the photograph is a fair and accurate representation of the scene. So in our case, the photographs taken have been properly identified here by PW1 as an accurate representation of the scene, and both PW1 and also PW2 were present at the scene, and their evidence on what they have witnessed, which are the live pangolins seized at the scene, constitutes credible evidence to be considered by this court. Thus, it is not necessary to call the photographer to the court, and if the defense here has not disputed evidence, even if the defense dispute the evidence, they should have like questions to test their credibility.
Look at the case of Nana Segaran.
Yes.
Nana Segaran talks about compliance of Section 90A certificate. There isn't need for you to call the person, the photographer himself, or the person who's producing the documents by way of electronic medium if there is a compliance with Section 90A certificate.
Yes.
In absence of that, the court are handicapped to accept this document as per the law. There isn't, as far as these trials are concerned, the photographer was not brought into court to testify that he took the photograph. There is no one who came to court to testify that the person had produced it in the course of his business of printing out this particular photograph. And in absence of Section 90A, the court are not obliged to accept this photograph as part of the evidence. as he taken to have infringed Section 90A the Evidence Act.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay. However, in light of the fact that the defense counsel, who should have object but did not object, okay, I accept this for the purpose of this competition.
Much obliged, Your Honor.
Please take that. Please take notice of that. Okay, you must comply with the evidential rule when you tender documents. However, because the organizing committee had its own set of flaws of giving directions in the rules of engagement with the participants of these competitions, I herein waive the requirements under Section 51A of the Criminal Procedure Code and Section 90A of the Evidence Act and decided authorities. Thank you.
Much obliged, Your Honor.
Photograph tendered as Exhibit P3. Proceed.
Much obliged, Your Honor. Moving on to my next question, Mr. Sugumaran. In Q&A number 22, you said that a notice of seizure was prepared for this case, correct?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would like to refer you to page 5 of the Section 51A of the CPC document. Are you able to recognize this as the seizure notice
Why
that
you
you
keep
have?
on telling 51A, 51A, the documents and all that? The document was not even brought in under Section 51A. I think stop telling is 51A. It's pretty unfair for the defense.
Much obliged, Your Honor. Are you able to recognize this as a seizure notice that you have prepared?
Yes, I'm able to recognize it.
How can you confirm that you have prepared the notice?
I have. Yes, I can't tell you well.
Your instructing solicitor, please show the signature on the seizure notice. Is this your signature, Mr. Sugumaran?
Yes, that was my signature.
Your Honor, I pray to have this document to be tendered as an exhibit.
Okay. Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
No
And
objection.
if I may just clarify, Your Honor, these pictures and this document over here, it was actually provided in the case scenario itself. And it
Okay.
is a shared document. It's a common bundle of documents. Hence, we do not have any set of objections.
Okay. What document is this called?
Seizure notice.
Seizure notice. Tendered as Exhibit P4. Proceed.
Much obliged, Your Honor. Moving on, in the same Q&A number 22, Mr. Sugumaran, you said that you went to the Klang police station to lodge a report. Agree?
Yes, I agree.
If I may direct you to pages 2 to 3, which is the police report. Instructing solicitor.
Yes.
Could please.
Give me a second.
Mr. Sugumaran, is this the police report that you have lodged on November 26 after the arrest and seizure?
Yes, that was the police report.
How can you confirm that you made this police report?
I have signed at the end of the page of the police report.
Your Honor, I pray to have this document tendered as an exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
What document is this?
The police report, Your Honor.
Police report. Tendered as Exhibit P5. Proceed.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness. I will leave the witness to the defense counsel for cross-examination.
This is the police report or report lodged to the pre-lieutenant or police report?
Police report.
Okay. Okay, proceed.
The court now calls for defense counsel to do cross-examination on the prosecution first witness.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sugumaran.
Good morning, Counsel 1, Defense Counsel 1.
Mr. Sugumaran, was the validity of the information given by the informer verified?
Yes,
How did Mr. Wantanmi contact the defendant, Mr. Bah Akib?
through Instagram.
And was he the only poacher or the only alleged poacher to be contacted through Instagram?
Yes, because as what I was stated in the during EIC, on 15 November, he was the only poachers that can be could be contacted by Mr. Wantanmi at that time.
But there were other poachers or other alleged poachers that were being contacted by Mr. Wantanmi. Is that correct?
I disagree with that.
Mr. Sugumaran, you stated that you were sure that the illegal huntings were done by Mr. Bah Hakim, correct?
Yes,
Was that a verified finding? As in, did you verify beyond doubt that the animals found were of Mr. Bah Hakim's property?
yes, of course.
Where did you find those animals?
At the cabin.
And was that cabin only used by Mr. Bah Hakim?
Yes, he was the only one who possessed the cabin.
Mr. Sugumaran, please answer the question. Was he the only one who used the cabin?
Yes, he was the only one who used the cabin, and he used the cabin to keep the 202 live pangolins.
Mr. Sugumaran, isn't it a known fact that regular customers of the food stall that Ms. Bia Uju owns uses the cabin?
I disagree with that,
Miss,
and I have no knowledge about that.
Mr. Sugumaran, if I may re-clarify, you have stated you have no knowledge of the fact that the regular customers use the cabin, correct?
Yes,
Hence, you do not know for a fact that it is verified conclusively beyond reasonable doubt that Mr. Bah Hakim was the only one using the cabin, correct?
not correct. I disagree with that.
How sure are you, Mr. Sugumaran, that all the wildlife that you have found belong to Mr. Bah Hakim?
Because at the only time when we seized the cabin, he went to the cabin, and he was the only one who have the key, and then he was the only one who opened the cabin to took out the live pangolins. There are no other persons, and I have no knowledge about the other person.
Mr. Sugumaran, did you or your two other team members during the raid see specifically Mr. Bah Hakim unlocking the cabin and using, my apologies, seeing the 200 pangolins in the cabin?
Sorry, Counsel, may you repeat the question?
Did you or your teammates during the raid
Mm-mm.
actually witness Mr. Bah Hakim unlocking the cabin?
Yes,
Mr. Sugumaran, you have stated out in your witness statement that you only conducted the raid after Mr. Bah Hakim left the cabin, correct?
yes,
Were you the one that actually followed Mr. Bah Hakim to the cabin?
no,
Hence, you did not see whether he unlocked the cabin, correct?
yes. Although I did not see he unlocked the cabin, but the other team members who was instructed by me had seen that Mr. Bahakim unlocked the cabin.
Mr. Sugumaran, do you agree with me that you and your surveillance team had conducted a brief study at the Kuala Selangor Forest Reserve?
Yes,
Do you agree that the development in the forest reserve caused detrimental environmental and economic and social effect against the Orang Asli communities?
yes,
Do you agree that you and your team found out that the forest reserve itself was surrounded by rapid development that caused the increasing pressure of human-wildlife conflict? Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Who is objecting?
Hannah. Sorry, Prosecution Counsel 1.
Yes, Hannah, what is your objection?
This question has no relevance to the case, Your Honor.
Why? Can you state so?
What relevance does the development of the area has in conjunction with the reading of the alleged premise?
What say you, Kanisha?
Your Honor, there is a relevance here because there was an increased pressure of human-wildlife conflict that when the animals actually lost their habitat, they had a lot of encounters with the plantation workers and the Orang Asli villages in the vicinity itself. And that renders as to why Mr. Bahakim was able to actually obtain 2 pangolins to actually show to Mr. Wantan Mi. However, 200 pangolins itself is a large number of which we do not agree upon.
It touches on the subject matter of the case, Hannah. You have a right to clarify this on your re-examination. So with that, perhaps they could proceed with that question.
Much obliged, Your Honor.
For the purposes of the first witness, I'll repeat my question. Do you agree with me that you and your team found out that the forest reserve was surrounded by rapid development that had an increased pressure of human-wildlife conflict?
I disagree.
Need I remind you, Mr. Sugumaran, this is a common fact that has been agreed upon, that there is an increased pressure of human-wildlife conflict, and this was a fact that was found from your study of the forest reserve.
I disagree.
Hence, it brings me to my second question. Do you agree that the development had actually caused the wildlife to lose their habitat?
May you repeat your questions?
Do you agree that the development in the forest reserve caused the wildlife animals to lose their habitat?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that the loss of the remaining forest deprived the animals of the forest their habitat, and they forced the wildlife to move through the plantation to access food sources in adjacent areas?
I disagree.
You disagree with this fact, although this is a source of your study, Mr. Sugumaran?
But that is not an excuse for the accused to hunt
Mr. Sugumaran, yes or no, please?
Okay.
Fitria,
Yes.
you can, since a suggestion put in, you can agree to the question or you don't agree to the question. Later, you can explain when the prosecution re-examine you. Yeah. So
All right,
at
Your
the end
Honor.
of your cross-examination, you just have to answer yes or no to that question. Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Can you repeat
Your
the question?
questions.
Yes. Do you agree that the loss of the remaining forest deprived the animals of the forest their habitat, and they forced the wildlife to move through the plantation to access food sources in adjacent areas?
I disagree.
Disagree. However, if I may again remind you, Mr. Sugumaran, this is a finding from your study. And as you have stated out that you do agree there's an increasing pressure of human-wildlife conflict, I would like to ask you this. If there is an increase of pressure of human-wildlife conflict, isn't there an increased likelihood of humans, like Mr. Bahakim, to come across various animals such as pangolins? Yes or no?
May you repeat your questions?
Earlier, you have agreed with me to say that there is an increase of pressure between the human-wildlife conflict. And hence, do you agree that there's an increased likelihood of humans like Mr. Bah Akim to come across various animals such as pangolins?
I disagree.
This is even after the increase of pressure of human-wildlife conflict. Mr. Sugumaran?
Yes, I disagree.
Mr. Sugumaran, what is simple poaching in your point of view?
Simple poaching. In my point of view, simple poaching is just simple hunting.
Simple hunting. Hence, I would take that that is your definition of simple poaching, Mr. Sugumaran. Do you agree with me that Mr. Bahakim only brought 2 live pangolins for Mr. Wantan Me to see?
Yes.
Do you agree that the surveillance itself and the raid that was commenced by your team was there because, my apologies, it was there because there was a suspect of a large-scale trafficking of endangered wildlife?
But the 2 live pangolins brought, okay.
My apologies, yes or no, Mr. Sugumaran?
No.
Your surveillance team, I would like to repeat, your surveillance team commenced the investigation because you suspected there was a large-scale trafficking of endangered wildlife, correct?
Yes, correct.
Are 2 pangolins considered as large-scaled? Yes or no?
No.
Mr. Sugumaran, are you aware of the lifestyle and cultural practices of an orang asli?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that the community members of the orang asli have a strong dependence on the forest for their livelihood?
Yes.
Are you aware of the fact that the orang asli temuan, as in our case here, were not needed to have a special permit to hunt as per the authorities?
No, I disagree.
Do you know or do you not know? Are you aware or not?
What is your questions again?
Are you aware that the orang asli temuan, as in our case, were not needed to have a special permit to hunt
No,
as per the authorities?
I'm not aware of that.
Do you agree with me that the cultural practices performed by the orang asli were actually allowed and assured by the authority, as per our case, when the relocation occurred?
I'm not agree.
Are you aware of such an occurrence of where the authorities actually gave permission?
No.
Your Honor, I have concluded the cross-examination.
No further cross. Okay.
For the cross. Thank you, Mr. Sugumaran.
Yeah, any re-examinations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
With the court's permission, instructing solicitor, please present the seizure notice. Mr. Sugumaran, if you could please read the paragraph above the table in the seizure notice.
Alright. Bagi melaksanakan kuasa dan tanggungjawab yang termaktub dalam Seksyen 95 Akta Pemeliharaan Hidupan Liar 2010, pemberitahuan ini disampaikan kepada kamu bahawa barang-barang yang disenaraikan dalam jadual di bawah yang dipercayai milik kamu telah disita di bawah Seksyen 103 kerana disyaki terbabit dalam kesalahan hutan. Seperti butiran berikut.
Okay, you have read and it is stated there that pemberitahuan ini disampaikan kepada kamu. Does that mean that you have read and made sure that the accused understood the contents and the purpose of the seizure notice before the accused signed below?
Yes, I confirm that. I have showed the seizure notice and then I have explained to him and then he understood. And I have also double confirmed with him the accuracy on the numbers of the 202 pangolins and he confirmed that and he signed it.
All right. So if you could please go down further at the signature of the accused. It's stated there that the name of the accused is stated as the owner of the seized items along with his signature, correct?
Yes.
And the accused has signed in your presence after he was made to understand the purpose and also the content and agreed to the content of this whole seizure notice.
Yes.
Okay. That's all on the seizure notice. Moving on to my next question. Mr. Baakim, how many samples of the pangolins were brought Mr. Sugumaran, how many samples of the live pangolins were brought by Mr. Baakim to Mr. Wantanmi?
2 samples.
And is 2 samples, in your opinion, a lot of pangolins, a big amount?
No.
The remaining 200 live pangolins found in the cabin, along with the 2 pangolins that were brought as samples, amounts to 202 live pangolins, correct?
Yes, that was a large amount of pangolins.
Moving on to my next question, Mr. Sugumaran. What should, in case of wildlife-human conflict, what should be the right course of action for a person to take?
Remember, Hannah, don't touch on something that never raised in the defense, in the defense cross-examination.
Much obliged, Your Honor.
Only should ask question based on what's being asked in the cross-examination.
Much obliged, Your Honor.
Yeah? Okay, proceed.
Mr. Sugumaran, in case of human-wildlife conflict, which means contact of wildlife and humans in a specific area, what should be the right course of action for a person to take?
A person need to apply for the special permit to hunt the totally protected wildlife.
Then should, in cases of contact of wildlife and human, should the accused have reported to Perhilitan?
Yes, he should report it to Perhilitan.
Is it a normal course of action to hunt wildlife in human-wildlife conflict?
No. If that's the case, the conservation of wildlife cannot be reserved, and it will affect the ecosystems of the wildlife.
That's all from me.
No further re-examination.
No further re-examination.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sugu.
Much obliged.
Yeah.
Does
Proceed
the
with the
prosecution-
next witness.
All right. The prosecution may now call the second witness to the stand.
Much obliged, Your Honor. If it pleases this court, my name is Alia Anissa, acting as the second counsel for the prosecution.
Yes,
We'll proceed in examining the second prosecution witness, Encik Wantanmi.
okay, proceed.
Mr. Wantanmi, please take the stand. Please state your full name and your identification number.
My name is Wantanmi. My identification number is 900-228-135689.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear
I solemnly swear
that the testimony that you're about to give
that the testimony I am about to give
is the truth,
is the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth?
and nothing but the truth.
Encik Wantanmi,
Yes, counsel.
did you prepare any witness statement for this case today?
Yes, I did.
Is this your witness statement that's shown on the screen?
Yes, counsel.
And do you understand and confirm the truth of the contents of your witness statement?
Yes, counsel.
And do you understand that your witness statement will be used as evidence in this court?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Wantanmi, can you please tell the court your occupation?
Sure. I am currently working as Assistant Wildlife Officer, G32, Department of Wildlife and National Parks, Selangor. I joined the Department of Wildlife and National Parks in 2014 and was first posted at Kuala Wildlife and National Parks for 5 years. And also in 2019, I was posted to my current office.
Council Alia, do you want to mark the witness statements?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to tender this witness statement.
You can do so now, or you can do so later upon finishing of the evidence.
I
Your
would
preference.
I would attend it after the finish of this
Evidence.
evidence. Yes.
Okay.
Macam Your Honor. Okay. My next question, Mr. Wantan Mee, can you enlighten the court about your professional background and your working experience in this field?
Sure. I obtained a diploma in forestry from UiTM Shah Alam in 2011, and I have attended several courses on forest management and forest management, wildlife trafficking, investigation techniques between 2014 and 2020, organized by the Department of Wildlife and National Parks Peninsular Malaysia and WWF Malaysia respectively.
Do you think you have the qualification and credibility to testify in court today?
Yes, Counsel. I've appeared in court 3 times to give testimonies for cases relating to poachers.
Encik Wantan Mee, can you run us through about what has happened?
Well, I was entrusted to browse the social media on the pretext of purchasing wildlife, be it live or some part of the wildlife. I had been in contact with several wildlife traders, and finally on 15 November 2020, I had made a breakthrough when I managed to contact with one Hakim Anak Laki Bahim through Instagram on the pretext of purchasing certain parts of a tiger. And the bid was taken. Certain parts of tiger was bought on that very day, followed by the purchase of a python snake on 18 November and a leopard cat on 23rd of November.
What was your role in the cover-up?
I was instructed to contact Hakim on the pretext of purchasing pangolin scales to be used in traditional Chinese medicine.
Can you tell the court what was the agreement made between the two of you?
Sure, Counsel. Hakim and I agreed to meet at a food stall by the name of Kedai Makan Biah, Orang Asli Settlement, Kampung Kuala Selangor Hilir, on 26 November 2020 at 6 in the evening.
Try to tell us the significance to meet up.
Upon meeting Hakim, I made a request to see the live pangolin. However, it was turned down by him, who agreed to bring a sample of live pangolin to Kedai Makan Biah instead.
What exactly did the accused tell you?
I was told to wait at Kedai Makan Biah as it was only 30 minutes for him to bring back the live pangolins.
How long did it take him to return to the food stall?
Well, Hakim returned in 30 minutes with the gunny sack. He took out a pair of pangolins out of the gunny sack, and I pretended to carry out an inspection upon those pangolins. And also when Hakim was not looking at me, I quickly sent a signal to the raiding team.
What happened next?
Around 6:45 p.m., the team led by Encik Sukumaran Parasuramai raided the premise where the wildlife were kept.
Can you specify what type of wildlife had been seized from the premise?
Sure. The seizures consisted of 6 long-tailed macaque, 2 leopard cats, and also 202 live pangolins.
Do you wish to make any amendments to your witness statement?
No, Counsel.
How can you confirm that this witness statement is the truth?
I have signed the witness statement.
All right. No further questions. Your Honor, I pray for this witness statement to be marked as an exhibit.
Okay. No objection. I presume no objection. Exhibit P6. Witness statement of PW2.
Much obliged, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That shall conclude the questioning, examination.
No further questions, huh? Okay. Proceed with the cross-examination, if any.
Much obliged, Tuan. Good morning, Mr. Wantan Mee.
Morning, Counsel.
So, Mr. Wantan Mee, do you have any license or approval to make traditional Chinese medications?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you have any license or approval to make traditional Chinese medications?
I'm sorry, what is the relevance of this question?
Amelia. Okay. Mr. Wantan Mee, sorry. This is a question posed by the council. You can only agree or don't agree. Do not ask the council or any parties questioning you on the relevancy of that question.
Much obliged, Your Honor.
Okay, that is a matter for the court to decide. Okay,
Much obliged.
yes, please answer the question.
Should I repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Do you have any license or approval to make traditional Chinese medications?
Objection, Your Honor.
Who is this?
It's Alia.
Yes, Alia, what is your objection?
I want to object to the question whether there is a relevance to the particular instance.
Why are you perceiving it's not relevant?
Because in this instance, the charge is against the accused on keeping the 202 live pangolins, not the credibility of the witness to whether or not the witness has the license to make Chinese medicine.
Okay, what say you, Nisha?
Sorry, Your Honor. This is why Mr. Bar Hakim was approached by Mr. Wantan.
Can you repeat that? That's what?
This is why Mr. Bahakim was approached by Mr. Wantan.
Okay. So do you feel that the question have bearings to the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
And your defense? I
Yes.
don't see it's far off the mark of the defense to raise the question. In any event, if the prosecution feels otherwise, they have right to re-examine the witness later. With that, I overrule the objection and allowing the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Should I repeat the questions?
Yes, please repeat the questions to the witness.
So, Mr. Wantanmi, do you have any license or approval to make traditional Chinese medication with pangolins?
No, counsel.
What is a pangolin to you?
Pangolin is classified as a wildlife under the Wildlife Conservation Act.
So what pangolin scales can be used for?
I'm sorry?
What pangolin scales can be used for?
As stated in my witness statement, it can be used for medicinal purposes.
So do you agree with me that Mr. Bahakim only took 2 live pangolins for you to see?
I disagree, counsel.
But you stated in your witness statement, Mr. Wantanmi.
Yes, but the 2 pangolins is just samples of what he actually has to offer.
So are you agree that Mr. Bahakim only took 2 live pangolins to you to see? Am I right?
Yes, counsel.
Are you sure that he had more than 2 pangolins?
Yes.
Do you see that, Mr. Wantanmi?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you see 200 pangolins with your own eyes?
Yes, counsel.
Did you go to the cabin?
I'm sorry?
Did you go to the cabin?
Yes, I did.
In your opinion, can pangolin scales be used legally for traditional medicine?
No, counsel.
Mr. Wantanmi, are you aware of the lifestyle of an orang asli?
No, counsel.
Did you verify that 200 pangolins are beyond doubt belonging to Mr. Bahakim?
That's right. Yes, counsel.
Are you aware that hunting wildlife and collecting forest Are you aware that hunting wildlife and collecting forest produce are part of the Orang Asli Temuan cultural practice and lifestyles?
I have to disagree with that, counsel.
Do you agree with me that what is illegal in the eyes of the city people is totally different from Orang Asli?
I disagree with that.
Do you agree with me that Mr. Bahakim is not the only one who had access to the cabin.
I disagree.
Do you agree with me that cabin is not actually only for Bah Hakim to use as a storage alone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you agree with me that the cabin is actually not only for Mr. Bah Hakim as a storage cabin?
I have to disagree with you on that.
Okay. Do you agree with me that the cabin is actually big enough for quite a number of people to store their stuff?
I have to disagree with you.
Do you agree with me that not everything inside the cabin belongs to Mr. Bah Hakim?
Disagree, Council.
Do you agree that you don't know for a fact, beyond doubt, that Mr. Bah Hakim was the only one used the cabin?
Disagree, Council.
Do you agree with me that Bah Hakim does openly let his regular customer use the cabin as their storage?
No, Council, I have no knowledge on that.
That concludes my cross-examination, Your Honor. Thank you.
For the cross, any re-examinations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Encik Wan Tan Ni,
Yes, Council.
just now the defense counsel asked you whether or not a pangolin scale or medicine or any medicine made of pangolins are legal, and you answered no. Why is that?
I'm sorry, Council, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Just now the defense counsel asked you whether or not a pangolin scale can be used, or any live pangolins can be used for medicine, and you answered no. Why is that?
Well, Council, Malayan pangolins, also known as Manis habanica, is a totally protected wildlife. The accused must possess a special permit in order to legally hunt, keep, import, export, or re-export it.
Yes. Why do you just now also the defense counsel asked you that whether or not you were aware that the cabin was not fully owned by the accused, and you disagreed to that. Why is it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Just now the defense counsel asked you on the occupation or the ownership of the cabin, and you disagreed to the fact that the cabin was not solely owned by Bah Hakim. So why did you disagree with that?
Because when arrested, he said it was his cabin, and what was inside his head, he never mentioned a regular customer to me.
I think that wraps up the re-examination
That's all? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wan Tan Ni.
Thank you.
Hearing this charge. Any further witness? Prosecution?
None from the prosecution, Your
Anna,
Honor.
is there any witness? Any
No,
further
Your Honor.
witness? No? Okay. If there is no further witness, I herein call upon the parties, if they wish to submit at the end of prosecution's case. Can I call upon the defense counsel to submit, if there is any?
My apologies, Your Honor, if you may just repeat. Yes.
Is there any submissions that you like to make at the end of prosecution's case?
No, Your Honor, there is none.
No submission at the end of prosecution.
No, Your Honor.
Hannah, is there any submission that the prosecutions like to make?
We shall do the submission at the end of the case, at the conclusion of the case, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll stand down for about 5 minutes and we'll resume back. Yeah, and for deliberations at the end of prosecution's case. Thank you. We'll resume back in 5 minutes. Where is the interpreter? Auni? Yes,
I'm
Auni.
here.
We'll resume back in 5 minutes. Okay.
All right. I will call upon after 5 minutes is up.
5 minutes. Thank you.
Right. Dear participants and Tuan Salim, 5 minutes is up. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm good.
All right. Participants, Prosecution Council, are you guys ready?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, everyone in?
Yes. Defense Council, are you
All
guys all
in.
ready? All right.
Okay. I deem the prosecution have closed their case, although they have not indicated on record for the. This is my short judgment on respect at the end of prosecution's case. Herein, the accused are charged under the Section 68(1)(a) Wildlife Conservation Act 2010. The court heard the evidence presented by the prosecution, and the court heard the witness evidence, or two witness evidence, i.e. Mr. Subramanian Parasoman and Mr. Wan Tan Mi. In light of the evidence adduced in respect of the charges framed against the accused person, and be guided by the federal court decision in public prosecutor against Lee Kao Chai and the public prosecutor against Balachandran, the court seeks to where the federal court seeks the court to conduct maximum evaluations on each ingredient of the charge at the prima facie stage. Herein, the courts finds the prosecution have proven their case at prima facie level, and therein I called upon the defense to present their case.
The defense may now begin your opening statement.
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, defense.
May it please the court. Good morning to the Honorable Judge and my fellow learned friends. Kanisha Nair, the first counsel for the defense. Your Honor, with the permission of the court, we would like to begin the opening statement and share it on the screen.
With the court permission, I would like to display the opening statement by sharing the screen. May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may just check if I'm audible. Your Honor, the case before the court today is under the law of the Wildlife Conservation Act 2010, or commonly known as Act 716, for the protection of wildlife animals. In compliance with said law, the defendant, Mr. Bahakim, is charged under Section 68(1)(a) for keeping of 202 live Sunda pangolins, or known as Menis javanica, without a special permit, and that itself is punishable under Section 68 sub 2A of the Act. An aborigine has the meaning assigned to it in the Aboriginal Peoples Act 1954, or also known as Act 134. And in accordance to Act 134, Section 3 sub 1 states that an aborigine is one who habitually follows an aboriginal way of life and the aboriginal customs and beliefs, and is a member of an aboriginal community. And as per Act 134, an aboriginal community means the members of one aboriginal ethnic group living together in one place. This itself is inevitably clear when Mr. Bahakim was part of the Orang Asli Temuan community from Kuala Selangor. They hunt wildlife animals and collect produce as a cultural practice and lifestyle. Your Honor, under Section 51 sub 1 of the Act 716, an aborigine may hunt any protected wildlife for his sustenance or for the sustenance of his family. And the 2001 case of Nur Anak Nyawai and the 2020 case, court appeal case of Ramba Ang Bumpong actually stated that the customary rights and cultural practices of aboriginals can be practiced. In Nur Anak Nyawai, the judge actually held that the Ibans will be able to continue hunting and killing of all other animal and birds. And the purpose of such ordinance was to ensure, like the others, is to declare that the natives, my apologies, that one's native customary rights is not infringed upon. And this itself was a similar outcome taken by the 2019 federal court decision in TR Sanda Tabu and others against the Director of Forests. Contentiously, the provision to be glanced is also Section 51 sub 2, which states that animals hunted may not be sold or exchanged for food, and the breach of such subsection will be punishable under subsection 3 of the same Act. However, it itself is inapplicable to hold one liable, as the section itself does not negate the rights of the Aboriginals to conduct their cultural practices if such practices was once stemming for generations. And this itself was actually stated in the 2021 case of Ahad bin Uda and others against the Syarikat Perlombongan Kuala Musang Sendian Berhad, where the plaintiffs actually argued that the native customary land is their ancestral territory on which they traditionally relied for their living. And since the time of immemorial, the Orang Asli Kampung Kelai has occupied the customary land and they have enjoyed such independence of living within the customary land surrounding. The court there held conclusively that the law recognizes the natives' rights not only to occupy such land but also their rights to actually live from hunting in the vicinity of such land and the collection of the jungle produce. And such evidence can only be determined during an adducement of trial. And interestingly, the former Chief Justice, Raus Sharif, actually stated in the majority decision that at the risk of repetition from other cases, it was in his view that the existence of such native customary rights itself requires factual inquiry of customs and practices of each individual community and not whether the customs appeared in a statute book. Factually, as part of the Orang Asli Temuan community in Kuala Selangor, the defendant Mr. Bah Hakim had been practicing his cultural practices and living a lifestyle of hunting wildlife and collecting forest produce. This is a custom that was allowed of regardless where they were located, and this was proven when the authorities assured him that such cultural practices can be practiced when the relocation occurred for the entire community from the Kuala Selangor Forest Reserve to the fringe of the forest. In this trial today, the defense sets out to prove three things. First, the fact that the defendant possesses the aboriginal rights in where one's cultural practices and lifestyle should be respected. Second, where there is no reasonable doubt that the 200 pangolins were hunted or to be sold off collectively by the defendant, Mr. Bah Hakim. And third, the fact that there is a presumption against the occupier, but there was a failure to meet the threshold by the prosecution. The defense will be calling two witnesses, namely the defendant, Mr. Bah Hakim, who is the alleged poacher in our case, and his wife, Mrs. Bia Uju, a food stall owner. With this, I will now end the defense opening statement. Much obliged.
Thank you. Counsel, do you wish to tender the opening statement?
My apologies, Your Honor. Yes, I would like to tender the opening statement as part of the defense evidence.
Opening statement, defense, tendered as Exhibit P7. Proceed. Okay, you can call your first witness.
With the court's permission, we would like to call upon Mr. Bia Hakim. My apologies, Mr. Bah Hakim.
Mr. Bah Hakim, please take the stand. Please state your full name and your identification number.
My name is Bah Hakim.
Next time in the council, for the purpose of practice, okay, you must inform the court what are the three options that you have actually spelled out to the accused person and what was his option is. Okay, whether he want to give an evidence on oath, whether you want to give an evidence from the dock where the defense counsel prosecution have no right to cross-examination, or he chooses the right to remain silent, which is redundant under the law at the moment. Okay, so what say you Ms. Kanisha.
Your Honor, the accused or the defendant, Mr. Baakim, would like to give a would like to render the witness statement under oath.
Give evidence under oath
Yes,
by way of a witness statement.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Baakim, you agree to give evidence under the oath, and I will record your statements under section 402 of
Yes, Your Honor.
the Criminal Procedure Code
Yes.
as a witness statement that will be read and tendered as part of the evidence in these proceedings. You may proceed. Thank you.
With the court's permission, before we begin with the witness statement of Mr. Baakim, we would like to request the instructing solicitor to display the witness statement on the screen.
Please.
With the court permission, I would like to display the witness statement on the screen.
Mr. Baakim, is the screen visible to you?
Yes, counsel.
Mr. Baakim, do you recognize the document displayed on the screen?
Yes, counsel. I recognize it.
Do you agree that this is the witness statement that you have tendered? My apologies, that you have submitted to the defense counsel?
Yes.
Would you like to sign the witness statement?
Yes.
Your Honor, with your permission, the defense would like the first defense witness to sign his witness statement and tender the document accordingly.
Yes, proceed. For the purpose of these competitions, participants must remember this is the most appropriate way of tendering documents, where the witness will be signing the documents in the court. Thank you.
Mr. Baakim, a very good morning.
Good morning, counsel.
Mr. Baakim, could you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Ba Akim Anak Lelaki Bahing. I'm a resident of Kampung Kuala Selangor Hilir at the Orang Asli settlement, living with my wife and 6 children. My wife, Bia Uju, and I own a food stall located in Kuala Selangor. The daily business operation of the food stall is mostly run by my wife. I am responsible for the restocking of the food material supplies for the business.
Mr. Baakim, why are you here before the court today?
I'm here today to give evidence with regards to the charge by the prosecution on me of keeping 202 live pangolins without permit.
Are you aware? My apologies. Can you explain the incident that led to the charges?
Yes, sure. On the 24th of November 2020, I received a call from Encik Wantani stated that he wanted to buy pangolin scales for the use in traditional Chinese medicine. We therefore made an arrangement to meet at the food stall Kedai Makan Bia on the 26th of November 2020, which is 2 days after at 6 p.m. On the 25th of November, in the late afternoon, Samir called me and expressed his interest that he would like to use the cabin to store some gunny sacks, and I allowed him to do so. However, during the day of meet-up with Encik Wan Tan Mi, my cabin was being raided, and the raiding team had found the presence of 200 pangolins at the far end of the cabin. That's what led to my case before the court today.
Mr. Baakim, what is your occupation?
I am the owner of the food stall.
Are you the sole owner of the food stall, Mr. Baakim?
I'm the sole owner of the food stall, but my wife will conduct the daily operation of the food stall.
What are your cultural practices and lifestyle?
As community members of Orang Asli, we have a very strong dependence on forests on our livelihood. Hunting lifestyles, wildlife, and also collecting forest produce are part of our cultural practices and also lifestyles.
Do you usually go hunting?
Yes, I go hunting 2 to 3 times a month.
What animals do you usually hunt?
I usually hunt wild animals such as deer.
Do you usually set traps to capture wild animals?
Yes, I do. I use traditional methods such as traps or snares to when hunting animals in the forest. I set traps or snares on particular sites overnight to catch them and go back to check on them on subsequent days. Besides that, I had also set netting to trap predators near my small livestock coop to prevent the livestock from being prey on.
What do you usually do with the hunted animals?
The hunted animals are usually for sustenance purposes and as food sources. I would sell some of the hunted animals to get extra income as financial support for my family. While with regards to the injured predators that are trapped near the coop, I would keep the animals in the cabin to treat them before releasing them back into the forest.
Mr. Bahakim, to your knowledge, is hunting in Kampung Kuala Selangor Hilir allowed?
Yes, it is allowed. We were assured by the authority that our cultural practices of hunting wildlife and collecting forest produce will be allowed in the forest when the community of Temuan was to be relocated from Kuala Selangor Forest Reserve to the fringe of the forest.
Mr. Bahakim, has any authority ever told you that you may not hunt in the forest or set traps?
No.
To your knowledge, is a permit needed for you to hunt or to conduct your cultural practices?
No, permit is not needed. Hunting is part of our cultural practices and lifestyles. Even though we are resettled to the Orang Asli settlement, we are still practicing hunter-gathering lifestyles since we have been reassured by the authority that such a lifestyle is permissible.
Mr. Bahakim, do you know who Samir is?
Yes, Samir is one of our regular food customers. He is a lorry driver of the oil palm plantation.
Did Samir ask you to use your cabin?
Yes, he did. He called me on the 25th of November 2020 and said that he wanted to use the cabin.
Why did you let Samir use the cabin or put his belongings in the cabin?
As a business owner, I always wanted to have a good and friendly relationship with my customers, especially those customers who are regular and have been coming to our stores for years. Since Samir is one of my regular food customers, I would let him to use the cabin as his storage place when needed.
Were you aware as to what goods or belongings were being put in the cabin?
No, I was not aware. Samir called me on the 25th of November in the late afternoon and said that he would like to put some gunny sacks in the cabin for a few days and will pick them up after coming back driving out of town. But he did not specify the date and time that he will be going to the cabin. Therefore, I didn't check on the goods that were being placed in it.
Was your wife aware of Samir putting his belongings in the cabin, Mr. Bahakim?
Yes, Samir did tell her beforehand, but she was not aware as to what belongings were in the cabin because she does not have access to the cabin and she is not involved in the management of the cabin.
Why would you allow Samir to use the cabin, then not check the goods in the cabin?
Because Samir is our regular customers, I allow him to use the cabin. Even though Samir had already informed me that he would like to use the cabin to store gunny sacks, he did not specify the date and time that he will be going to the cabin. Thus, I did not check on the goods stored as usually I will only go to the cabin after hunting.
Reasonably speaking, Mr. Bahakim, in your opinion, would a person allow another to use such a cabin and then check their belongings or goods that the latter puts in the cabin?
I think no, because this will show distrust to the person.
How important is it to you to maintain a good, strong relationship with your regular customers?
Yes, it is definitely important in order to maintain the reputation of the stall and to secure regular customers to the stall.
Your Honor, before we move on, with the court's permission, we would like to request the instructing solicitor to display the picture of the cabin taken during the raid. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bahakim, could you identify the cabin in this picture?
Yes, I can.
Is this your cabin near the stall?
Yes, this is my cabin, but it is located about 2 km from the food stall.
I would like to ask the instructing solicitor to go back to the witness statement. My apologies. Before we do that, With the court's permission, Your Honor, we would like to ask the instructing solicitor to tender the picture of the cabin taken during the raid as the defense evidence.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bahakim, is your cabin locked?
Yes, my cabin is usually locked, but I unlocked the cabin for Samir to use it since he called me and expressed his interest in using the cabin before.
Why does your wife not have access to the cabin or to the management of such cabin?
Because she was busy with the operation of the food stall and she did not involve in hunting.
Thank you. Your Honor, once again, we would like to request the instructing solicitor, with your permission, to display the picture of the pangolins to question Mr. Bahakim. Thank you, Your Honor. The pangolins. Yes. Yvonne. Mr. Bahakim, have you ever seen the pangolins in this picture before?
No, I did not.
With the court's permission, once again, we would like to ask the instructing solicitor to tender the picture of these pangolins taken during the raid as the defense evidence.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Yvonne. During the meetup with Mr. Wantani, how did you show him the two live pangolins?
During the meetup with Encik Wantani at the food stall, he requested to see the live pangolins. So I took my bicycle alone to the cabin and asked him to wait at the food stall as it will only take about 30 minutes, right? I took two live pangolins from the cabin and showed them to him.
How did you get the two pangolins, Mr. Bahakim?
The two pangolins were trapped in the traps that I set up the last couple of days.
Why did you sell the pangolins?
I sold the two pangolins because they were trapped in the traps that I set up and because the income from the business alone does not suffice to support a family of 8 where 5 of my children are enrolled in school. Therefore, I would sell some of the hunted animals to get extra income.
Were you aware that you cannot sell hunted animals such as pangolins?
No, I was not aware.
Has any authority ever told you that you may not sell what you hunt?
No.
Are you aware of the 200 pangolins being held in the nets during the raid?
No, I was not aware.
Thank you, Mr. Bahakim. Your Honor, this ends the examination in chief for the first defense witness.
Thank you.
Thank the court.
Cross-examination, if any.
Much obliged, Your Honor. If I may, with the court's permission, I have the instructing solicitor to display the exhibit P3, which is the photographs. Please display the pictures of the pangolins. Mr. Bahakim, looking at these photographs, I put it to you that these were the seized pangolins as listed in the seizure notice. Do you agree with me?
No.
You do not agree that these were the seized pangolins. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I may refer you to exhibit P4, which is the seizure notice. Instructing solicitor, can we have the seizure notice displayed? Do you recognize this document, Mr. Bahakim?
Yes.
Now, if you could please look at the first item in the table. Do you agree that it states there were 202 tenggiling hidup seized from an unnumbered cabin in kawasan penempatan orang asli, Kampung Kuala Selangor Hilir, Selangor?
Yes.
Mr. Bakim, if you could please speak up so I can hear you better.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look at part C of the same exhibit, could you please read out the paragraph that was stated in part C?
Saya mengakui telah menerima notis ini dan telah maklum mengenai penyitaan barang-barang seperti yang tersenarai di dalam jadual di atas dan telah memahami isi kandungan surat notis penyitaan ini.
Okay, further below the paragraph you have read, there is your name and signature stated there as the owner of the seized items. Can you confirm that that is your signature?
Yes, it is my signature.
I put it to you that you have read and understood the contents of this notice as well as its purpose. Do you agree?
Yes.
I put it to you by signing the seizure notice, you agree to all the contents of the seizure notice.
Yes, I was aware as to the content.
I'm asking you again, I put it to you that you, by signing the seizure notice, you agree with all the contents stated in the seizure notice. Do you agree?
Yes.
Moving on to my next question. Mr. Bakim, on the same seizure notice, the notice stated that there are 202 live pangolins discovered in the unnumbered premise. Do you agree?
Yes.
You stated in your witness statement that the in exhibit P3, which is the photographs, that cabin is the same cabin that the raid was conducted in. Do you agree?
Yes, it is my cabin.
Is this the same cabin mentioned in the seizure notice?
Yes, it is the same.
Mr. Bakim, could you please enlighten the court on the size of this cabin?
The size of the cabin is big.
Big. So my next question would be, I put it to you that 200 pangolins is a big amount. Do you agree?
Yes, it is a big amount.
I put it to you that 200 pangolins is too big of an amount that it would be impossible for you to not have seen them. Do you agree?
No.
As a reasonable person, 200 pangolins is a big amount. Do you agree with me?
Yes, it is a big amount.
Since you agree that it is a big amount, do you also agree that you could have seen 200 pangolins right in front of your eyes? Mr. Bakim?
Oh. Can you hear me, Counsel?
I would appreciate if you could speak up. Thank you. Moving on to my next question. Where were you, Mr. Bakim, on the 25th of November 2020?
Sorry, Counsel, can you repeat? My line is cutting.
That's fine. Where were you on November 25th of 2020?
On the 25th of November, I went to the Pekan to restock food supplies for my wife for the business. And in the late afternoon, in the evening, I meet up with Encik Wantami at the food store.
Do you agree that, sorry, I'll rephrase my question. I put it to you that on the 25th of November 2020, you have been to the cabin.
I went to the cabin to open it for the use of Samir to put his gunny sacks inside the cabin.
Okay. You admitted in your witness statement that you are the owner of this cabin, correct?
Yes, I am.
Do you agree that you have responsibility over the cabin?
No.
I will ask you again. You have admitted in your witness statement that this is your cabin.
Yes.
Since it is your cabin, do you have responsibility over your cabin?
No, I do not.
Do you agree that you have responsibility over every item in your cabin?
No.
Moving on, do you agree that the 202 live pangolins, including the 2 samples you brought to Mr. Wantami, were kept in your cabin?
It was found in my cabin.
It was found, but was it kept in your cabin, Mr. Bakim?
Yes, it is from my cabin.
I put it to you, Mr. Bakim, that you have responsibility on the cabin and also what is found therein. Do you agree?
I disagree.
Moving on, Mr. Bakim, I put it to you that the cabin cannot be accessed by anybody other than you.
That's not correct.
If I may highlight, in your witness statement, you stated that you went back to the cabin to unlock it for this Samir person that you mentioned. Does that mean that it cannot be accessed by any other person other than you?
No.
Mr. Bakim, I put it to you that Samir does not exist.
Sorry, can you repeat?
I put it to you that Samir does not exist. Do you agree?
Sorry, Council, can you rephrase your question again?
I put it to you that Samir does not exist. Do you agree with my statement?
No.
I put it to you that Samir is merely an afterthought made up by you and your wife to protect yourself from criminal liability. Do you agree?
No.
I put it to you that all this while, the wildlife found in the cabin belonged to you. Do you agree?
No.
Do you agree that other than you and your wife, no other witness is called to testify on Samir's existence?
Yes, for the purpose of this trial, there is only me
Please
and
limit
my...
your answer to yes or no.
Yes.
I will ask you again because I need to hear your answer clearly. Do you agree that other than you and your husband, no other witness is called to testify on Samir's existence? And I would appreciate if you could limit your answer to yes or no.
No.
No. Next, you mentioned in your witness statement that you sell the wildlife you hunt. What animals have you sold, Mr. Bakim?
I sold python snakes, certain parts of tiger, and also pangolins to Encik Wantami.
Now, please, if you could enlighten the court about the hunting practice of the Temuan tribe.
I usually hunt animals for the sustenance purpose and also for food sources of my family and community.
I put it to you that it is not a normal Temuan tribe practice to keep 202 totally protected wildlife in your own premise. Do you agree?
Yes.
Mr. Baakim, you have been in contact with PW2, Mr. Wantami, through Instagram for the purpose of selling wildlife. Do you agree or disagree?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that you have been following your father and grandfather hunting since you were in primary 3?
Yes, that's right.
Would you agree with me that you are now approximately 47 years old?
Yes.
So would you agree that you've been hunting for more than 30 years, beginning from when you were in primary 3?
Yes.
You stated earlier that you agree that you have contacted PW2 through Instagram. Would you agree with me that you know how to use Instagram or social media?
No.
If I may, Mr. Bakim, you mentioned earlier that you agree that you contacted PW2 through social media, through Instagram. So now I'm asking you again, would you agree that you know how to use Instagram?
Yes, I know a bit.
You agree? So would you agree with me that in order to use Instagram, you would need internet?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you know how to use a telephone?
Your Honor, I would like to object to this question because I don't see the relevance of Mr. Ba Akim knowing to use Instagram or the internet
Never
or the
mind.
telephone.
It's okay. You can re-examine the matter later. They have all the rights and latitudes to touch on whatever matter that felt relevant to to their prosecutions. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Proceed.
Much obliged, Your Honor. I will ask you again, Mr. Bakim, would you agree with me that you know how to use internet? You know how to use a telephone?
Yes, I do.
Would you agree with me that you know how to use internet from your phone?
Yes.
I put it to you that as someone who knows how to function a phone with internet, you can research on laws on hunting wildlife.
No, I disagree.
I will ask you again. Since you admitted that you know how to use the internet and you know how to use the phone, you can research, you have the capacity and ability to research on laws on hunting wildlife.
No, I disagree.
I put it to you that despite knowing how to use a phone, you chose to be ignorant about the law relating to hunting.
No.
I put it to you that you're disagreeing just for the sake of disagreeing, despite having agreed to all the the related questions I asked earlier.
No, I disagree with that.
Are you aware that pangolins are listed as totally protected wildlife under the law?
No, I was not aware.
According to Section 68, subsection 1, paragraph A of the Wildlife Conservation Act, you are required to have a special permit in order to hunt or keep totally protected wildlife. Do you have any such permit?
I don't have.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. And re-examination, if any.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning once again, Mr. Bakim.
Good morning, Counsel.
Mr. Ba Akim, the seizure notice that was presented by the prosecution. Did you sign such a notice?
Yes, I signed it.
Why did you sign the seizure notice?
I signed it because the authority told me that...
If I may, my apologies, Mr. Bakim, could you speak a little louder? To speak with a higher volume?
Yes, Counsel, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Yes, I do sign the seizure notice, but then it is because the authority told me that they have seized the animals in my cabin. That's why I signed it.
You said you agreed with the seizure notice, correct? But do you take responsibility of ownership for the 200 pangolins, Mr. Bakim?
No, I do not.
Were you aware of the consequence of signing the seizure notice?
No, I was not aware.
Did the authorities ever tell you the consequence of signing such seizure notice?
No.
Mr. Bakim, what is your level of education?
My level of education is still standard 3, and I stopped going to school after that.
Mr. Bakim, you own a cabin, correct?
Yes.
Does your cabin have proper lighting?
No, that's not.
What is the color of your cabin?
It's dark color.
Could you specify the color, please, Mr. Bakim?
It's brown inside. It is very dark.
What is the color of a pangolin scale, Mr. Bakim?
Dark brown.
Do you agree with me that the pangolin scales and the color of your cabin itself is of the same dark brown color?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you then agree that with the lack of proper lighting and with the fact that both of the cabin and the pangolin possessing the same dark brown color, that you were unaware of the presence of the 200 pangolins that were kept at the back end of the cabin?
Yes.
On the day of, on the day before the incident, which is the 25th of November, 2020, did you place 200 pangolins in the cabin?
No, I did not.
But during the cross-examination by the prosecution counsel 1, you stated that it was in the cabin, correct?
Yes.
Could you explain further on what you meant? Yes.
It is in the cabin until the raiding team come to the cabin and seize the wildlife.
Hence, do you agree that what you meant is the pangolins were in the cabin, but you are not the owner of such pangolins?
Yes.
If I may. Are you the sole owner of the cabin, Mr. Barkin?
Yes, I am.
Are you the only one to use the cabin?
No.
Does anyone else have access to the cabin?
Yes, my regular customers do have access to it, provided that they tell me beforehand that they want to use the cabin.
Mr. Barkin, do you then agree that Ms. Bia Uju is the only one who does not have access to the cabin, your wife?
Yes, she will not go to the cabin because she is not involved in hunting and she was busy with the operation of the food stall.
Mr. Barkin, do you agree with me that you were only aware of the 2 pangolins that you showed in the gunny sack to Mr. Wantani?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have enough snares or traps to actually capture 200 pangolins, Mr. Barkin?
No, I don't have.
Do you have proper equipment to actually capture 200 pangolins?
No.
You were unaware of the presence of such 200 pangolins, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Mr. Barkin, who is Samir?
Samir is our regular customer and also the lorry driver of the oil palm plantation.
Is Samir a real life human being? My apologies for asking.
Sorry, Counsel, can you repeat?
Is Samir a real life human being?
Yes.
How do you know Samir?
Samir is our regular customers.
On the day of the incident, did Samir go past your stall to go to the cabin? My apologies, a day prior to the incident, did Samir go past your stall to go to the cabin?
Yes, he did call me.
Was it during the time where the operations of the food stall were commencing? As in, was the food stall open when Samir passed the food stall to go to the cabin?
Yes.
Hence, do you agree with me that not only you, Mr. Bahakim, or your wife, Ms. Bia Uju, you are not the 2 only people in the world that would have seen Samir on the day?
Yes.
Mr. Bahakim, what is Mr. Samir's occupation?
Mr. Samir is a lorry driver of the oil palm plantation.
In your opinion, is it possible for Mr. Samir to carry 200 pangolins in his truck via transportation?
It is possible.
Do you usually check on what goods were being placed in the cabin after your regular customers use the cabin?
No, I usually will not do so.
Why, Mr. Bahakim?
Because this will show distrust to the regular customers.
Mr. Bahakim, would you agree with me that a relationship, a good, trusting, and strong relationship exists between you and your regular customers?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that that is because of the cordial terms in which you are associated with your regular customers?
Yes.
Mr. Bahakim, what is the purpose of you hunting wild animals?
I hunt wild animals for sustenance and also food purposes for my family and community.
Did you contact Mr. Wantan me via Instagram?
Yes, he contacted me via Instagram.
My apologies. Did he contact you via Instagram?
Yes.
Hence, he initiated the conversation, yes?
Yes, that's right.
Mr. Bakim, have you, in almost half a century of living, ever conducted an online internet search of what constituted as to a protected animal or not?
No, I not so.
Did you think there was a need for you to actually conduct an internet search?
No, there's no need.
As per the first prosecution counsel, you are of 47 years old, correct? And you have been hunting wildlife animals and been doing this for a very long time, correct?
Yes.
Has there ever been one incident or occurrence in where someone has told you that you may not hunt certain animals?
No.
Has there been any event where an authority told you that hunting itself was not permissible in the forest?
Oh, there is no.
Mr. Bakim, for the final question, when the relocation of your entire community occurred from the Kuala Selangor Forest Reserve to the fringe of the forest, did any authority, any one sole person ever tell you that hunting is not permissible in the forest?
No.
Did they not reassure you that your cultural practices and lifestyles will be conducted accordingly as before?
Yes, they told me that my cultural practices is permissible.
Thank you, Mr. Bahakim. With that, I would conclude the re-examination of the first defense counsel, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any for any more witnesses? Prosecution, do you all have any more witnesses? If there's not, thank you, Mr. Bahakim. You are here in discharge. Any more witnesses?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Hannah, do you have any more witnesses?
None from the prosecution. No prosecution witnesses.
No prosecution witnesses. Are you not intending to call the wife?
Sorry,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Hmm?
Yes, one defense witness.
Yeah.
The wife of Mr. Bakim, yes.
Okay. Yeah, defense. Do you intend to call the wife of Mr. Bak Akib?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Wish to call? Okay. You may call the wife. What's her name?
Miss Bia Uju.
Miss Bia. Yes, thank
May
you.
it please the court. Good morning to the Honorable Judge, my lord, and my fellow learned friends. Nishantini Logovan, second counsel for the defense. I will be conducting the examination in chief of Miss Bia Uju. With the court permission, may the witness stand and take their vote. With the court permission, Your Honor, we request
You're frozen, Nisha. Nisha, are you back?
yes, sorry, I was lagging.
Yes. Yes, continue, Nisha. Yeah, from where you left.
So with the court permission, may the witness take this stand and take their vote. Miss Bia Uju.
Yes.
Mrs. Bia Uju, please take the stand. Please state your full name and your identification number.
My name is Bia Uju and my IC number is 771021052012.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear
I solemnly swear
that the testimony that you are about to give
that the testimony that I'm about to give
is the truth,
is the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth?
and nothing but the truth?
With the court permission, Your Honor, we request the instructing solicitor to display the witness statement of Miss Bia Uju.
Yes, please.
Yvonne, please display the witness.
With the court permission, I would like to display the witness statement for defendants too.
Bia Uju, do you recognize the documents displayed on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Will you sign the witness statement?
Yes, I will.
My lord, with your permission, the defense would like defendant witness 2 to sign her witness statement and tender the document as defense evidence form.
Yes, please. Signed? Has it been signed? Witness statement. You want to tender now or you want to tender after the readings?
After the reading.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, proceed.
Miss Bia Uju, a very good morning.
Good morning, Council.
Can you briefly introduce yourself?
My name is Bia Uju, and I am Ba Akim's wife, and we own a food store together here in Kuala Selangor. I do most of the food business and the preparation of the food for customers.
So can you tell us about how long you have been in this business?
I have been running this business since 2015 on my own, so that's about 7 years now.
What is the reason for you to be running this business alone, not with your husband?
Take care of the daily operations of the stall, while my husband restocks the food material supplies for the restaurant. I have just recently hired a worker as there has been an increase in customers recently.
What does your husband do other than restocking food material supplies?
He hunts for animals, and he also manages a livestock scoop where the chickens and ducks are sold or used for the food stall business.
How many times does your husband go for hunting, Miss Biauj?
He goes for hunting at least 2 to 3 times a month.
Could you explain more about the purpose of your husband, Mr. Bah Hakim, going hunting?
He usually goes hunting as it is a source of food for my family.
What kind of animal does your husband hunt for?
To my knowledge, he hunts for animals such as deers.
Do you know what's the reason for the increase in the customers?
Yes, it is because of the starting of the road construction, connecting Kampung Selangor Hulu and Kampung Kuala Selangor Hile. This has made it for even the non-locals to come to the stall.
Miss Bia Uju, does your husband own the cabin?
Yes, he does.
Is the cabin located near to your food stall?
No, it does not. It's about 2 kilometers away from the food stall.
Are you aware of how many cabins are there?
Yes, there is only one cabin and it is owned by my husband, Mr. Ba Akim.
Miss Bia Uju, how often does your husband go for the cabin?
He will only go to the cabin if he goes for hunting.
Do you usually allow anyone to go past you and use the cabin?
No, I won't. I will only allow my regular customers to go past me and use the cabin.
So why did you do not have access to the cabin before?
This is because as there were increase in customers, I have been busy with my food store preparing food for them, and I do not have time to go to the cabin, and I'm not involved with the management of the cabin as well.
So how do you know Samir?
He is one of our regular customers. He comes to the stall very often.
So do you know what Samir's occupation is?
Yes, he's an all palm plantation lorry driver.
Miss Bia Uju, why did you agree when Samir casually told you that he was going to store some stuff in the cabin?
I agreed because most of my regular customers do use the cabin as storage without my knowledge.
What did Samir store in the cabin?
I'm not sure. He said some stuff, but he did leave some macaques untied near the food stall.
Did Samir inform you beforehand about storing the macaques?
No, he did not.
Why did you allow Samir to store his belongings in the cabin when you yourself did not have access to it?
We are very well known to him and he's one of our regular customers. And as I said earlier, a lot of my regular customers do store their belongings in the cabin. That is why I didn't ask him anything further when he told me about storing his stuff in the cabin, because we want to maintain a good relationship with my customers.
With the court permission, my lord, we would like to request the instructing solicitor to display the picture of the macaques taken during the raid.
Yes, please.
Instructing solicitor, please display the picture. Miss Bia Uju, did you recognize the macaques in the image presented in front of you?
Yes, these are the macaques that were left by Samir.
Are you sure, Miss Bia Uju?
Yes, I am sure, Counsel.
With the court permission, my lord, we would like to ask the instructing solicitor to tender the picture of the macaques taken during the raid as defense evidence number 5.
Yep. Yes. The photograph be tendered, right? As exhibit P3.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, Miss Bia Uju, do you know why they are in cages?
Yes, I told my worker to put them in cages as they were making noises and disrupting my customers.
Did the macaques left by Samir affect you in any way?
Yes, it caused a whole lot of nuisance, disturbed my customers by trying to slash their belongings, and even one of them almost got bitten.
Did Samir return back to your stall to get back the macaques?
No, he did not.
What did you do when you realized that the macaques were making a nuisance at your stall?
As I was preparing, sorry, Counsel, as I was busy preparing the food, I told my worker to chase the macaques away as customers were getting very irritated. My worker put them in cages as they won't go away even after being chased many, many times. I even asked my husband upon returning from buying supplies for the food stall to take the macaques away as they were making loud noises, which was disrupting all my customers.
Why didn't you chase the macaques yourself?
As I stated earlier, the increasing number of customers has really been keeping me occupied.
What were you doing when the raid happened, Miss Biaus?
I was busy cleaning and wrapping up the business for the day at the food stalls.
This ends the examination in chair for the second defense witness, Your Honor. I thank the court and yield the floor to the learned prosecution.
Before that, are you tendering the statement?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm tendering this statement.
No objection. Exhibit 8. Defense witness statement 2 as exhibit 8. Thank you. Proceed. Any cross-examination?
Much obliged, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Alia?
Much obliged, Your Honor. I will proceed with the cross-examination of second witness from the defendant side.
Proceed.
Miss Bia Uju, what do you do for a living?
I own a food stall business.
So are you the sole owner of the food stall business?
No.
Are you aware of your husband's wildlife trading business?
I'm sorry, Counsel, could you repeat that again?
Sorry, are you aware of your husband's wildlife trading business?
Yes, I am.
Yes. So since your business was jointly owned and managed by both you and your husband, you are indeed aware of your husband's illegal business. Agree.
No, Counsel. I would not call it an illegal business.
Do you agree? I put it to you that your husband is indeed trading wildlife animals illegally. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree, Counsel.
All right. Where were you at 6 p.m. on November 26, 2020?
At the food stall?
The food stall. And would you agree with me that you knew that these two persons, namely Encik Wan Tan Mi and your husband, the accused, met at the food stall at 6 p.m. on 26 November 2020?
Yes, Counsel.
Yes. So I put it to you that you do agree that you knew that Encik Wan Tan Mi are meeting your husband at the food stall prior to the raid.
Yes, Counsel.
Are you? I put it to you that you are aware that shortly after the two met, your husband went to the cabin.
Yes, Council.
And I put it to you that your husband did go to the cabin to retrieve the two live pangolins. Do you agree?
Yes, Council.
And would you agree with me that 30 minutes later, your husband went back to the food store carrying a gunny sack?
Yes, Council.
And do you agree with me that there were two live pangolins in the gunny sack?
Yes, Council.
All right, I put it to you that he brought the two live pangolins back to the food store in the gunny sack for inspection. Do you agree?
Yes, Council.
And would you agree that there was a transaction between Encik Wan Tan Mi and your husband?
Yes.
And I put it to you that you have actual knowledge of the transaction since you were at the food store at all material times. Would you agree?
Yes, Council.
And would you agree with me that the cabin was occupied by your husband? Miss Bia?
Yes, Council. When do you mean by he's occupied in the cabin?
Would you agree with me that the cabin was, let me rephrase my question. Would you agree with me that the cabin was owned by your husband?
Yes, Council.
And would you agree with me that your husband, being the owner of the cabin, should have known what is stored in the cabin?
No, Council, I don't agree with that.
Would you agree with me that being the owner of the cabin means that he has full control over the cabin?
No, Council, I don't agree with that.
I put it to you as a reasonable man, as an owner of the cabin, your husband should know what is happening in the cabin. Do you agree?
No, Council, I don't.
In your statement, you talked about a person named Sameh. Is there anyone else other than you and your husband who saw Sameh on the day of the raid?
Not to my knowledge, Council.
And is there someone called to corroborate your statement?
I'm sorry, Council, could you repeat it again?
Is there someone called other than you and your husband to corroborate that you and your husband indeed saw Sameh on the day of the raid?
No, Council.
So I put it to you that the cabin cannot be accessed by anybody other than your husband.
No, Council.
And I put it to you that you are disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. Do you agree?
No, Council, I don't.
I put it to you that you did not see Sameh getting in or out of the said cabin. Do you agree?
Yes, Council.
And I put it to you that Sameh does not actually exist. Do you agree?
No, Council, I don't agree.
And I put it to you that Sameh is actually an afterthought made up by you and your husband to protect your husband from criminal liability. Do you agree?
No, Council, I don't agree.
I put it to you that all this while, the wildlife animals found in the cabin belong to your husband. Do you agree?
No, Council, I don't agree.
Do you agree that other than your husband, no other witness is called to testify on Sameh's existence?
Yes, Council.
And would you agree with me that your husband went to the cabin frequently?
No, Council.
Do you agree with me that you have gone to the cabin?
No, Council.
I put it to you that you are not being truthful. You have gone to the cabin since food material supplies are also stored in the cabin. Do you agree?
No, Council.
I put it to you that you are disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. Do you agree?
No, Council, I don't agree.
I put it to you that it is impossible for you to not know the things, to not know the existence of things kept in the cabin. Do you agree?
I don't agree, Council.
Let me rephrase the question. I put it to you that it is impossible for you to not know the stuff kept in the cabin. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree, Council.
And would you agree with me that the cabin contains various illegally poached wildlife animals?
I don't agree, Council.
And were you aware that there were 2 leopard cats in the cabin?
No, I don't agree, Council.
Were you aware that there were 6 long-tailed macaques in the cabin?
No, Council, I don't agree.
Were you aware that there were 202 Sunda pangolins in the cabin?
Not before the raid.
I put it to you that you have actual knowledge that the cabin was used to store illegally hunted wildlife animals. Do you agree?
No, Council, I don't agree.
Do you agree that the cabin is within the vicinity of the food stall?
No, Council.
I put it to you that the journey to and from the cabin only takes 30 minutes by bicycle and indicates that the cabin is near to the food stall. Do you agree?
No, Council, it's 2 kilometers away.
I put it to you that in a reasonable 2 kilometers is a reasonable inference for it to be within the vicinity of the food stall. Do you agree?
Not really, Council.
Do you agree that your husband is hunting wildlife animals illegally?
No, Council.
Are you aware that your husband does not have a special permit to hunt pangolins?
I don't think that we actually need a permit to hunt.
I put it to you that your husband is not allowed to hunt and keep pangolins.
I don't agree, Council.
Would you agree with me that even if your husband is an aborigine, your husband can only poach wildlife animals for his sustenance or the sustenance of his family members? Do you agree?
No. Yeah, I agree, Council.
And would you agree with me that your husband cannot sell or exchange the said wildlife animals for food, monetary gains, or any other thing?
I don't agree, Council.
And do you agree with me that even if your husband is unaware of the law, it does not mean that the law, which is the Wildlife Conservation Act, does not exist? Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree, Council.
So I put it to you that ignorance of law does not mean that you can be dismissed from your actions. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree, Council.
And you have stated in your witness statement that you have received more customers since the starting of the road construction connecting Kampung Kuala Selangor Hulu and Kampung Kuala Selangor Hilir. Is that true?
Yes, Council.
So I put it to you that the success of a business, food business, should be able to sustain your family. Agree?
No, Council, I don't agree.
I think that no further questions, Your Honor. That's the.
Thank you, Alia. Re-examination, if any.
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Bia Uju, were you aware of your husband selling some animal prior to the raid to the Mr. Wantan Mee?
Yes, Council.
Were you aware that there are 2 pangolins being given to Mr. Wantan Mee from your husband?
Yes, Council.
Does your husband have a wildlife trading business?
No, Council.
And this means there is a large business where 200 pangolins were obtained by your husband.
No, Council.
Do you agree with me that you are always busy with your food business?
Yes, Council. I agree.
Do you agree with me that the food stall is owned by both of you?
Yes, Council.
Do you agree that you don't know anything about the trading of the animals?
Yes, Council.
Do you agree that you do not hunt nor do any sort of hunting practices?
Yes, Council, I agree.
Hence, you are inexperienced in hunting, correct?
Yes, Council.
Are you aware that your husband goes hunting?
Yes, Council.
How often, Miss Biauju, does your husband go hunting?
Only 2 to 3 times a month.
When does your husband go to the cabin?
Only after he goes for hunting, Council.
Who stocks the food supply in the cabin or the stall?
My husband.
Is there proper lighting in the cabin, Miss Biauju?
No, Council.
Is the cabin locked?
Yes, Council.
Is the cabin near to your stall?
No, Council.
Did you ever use the cabin for any purpose?
No, Council. I don't.
How far away is the cabin from you?
2 kilometers, Council.
Did your husband unlock the cabin for Samir?
Yes, Council.
Do you know who is Samir is?
Yes, Council.
On the day Samir passed your stall, was your business conducted?
Yes, Council. I was in the store.
As in, did you have any customer on that day?
Yes, counsel, a lot.
Reasonably, other customer would have seen Samir, correct?
Yes, counsel, definitely.
Thank you. Your husband and you are not the only one who knows Samir. Am I right?
Yes, counsel.
So Samir is the real person, correct?
Yes, counsel, of course.
Do you agree with me that you are aware that regular customer of your food stall sometimes store something in the cabin?
Yes, I'm aware, counsel.
Do you agree with me that you are living in an Orang Asli community?
Yes, counsel.
There is a cultural practice to hunt in your community, correct?
Yes, counsel.
Why it is so important for you to have the trust of the regular customer?
So that I will have a very good relationship with my customers, and we will be able to trust each other. And it's very important for me and my husband to maintain a good relationship with our customers.
Okay. Is your business only now picking up, seeing that the road construction is occurring?
Yes, counsel.
Is this enough to sustain your entire family, Ms. Biauju?
No, counsel, unfortunately not.
How many children do you have, Ms. Biauju?
6, counsel.
How many children are still studying in schools?
5, counsel.
So, is that costly to have 5 children in school?
Definitely, counsel. It's a lot of expenses.
Is that why your husband sells the animals that he got it from hunt?
Yes, counsel.
So, did you know it was illegal?
No, counsel.
So, did your husband know it was illegal?
No, counsel. I don't think so.
Would he have done it if he know it was illegal?
Of course not, counsel.
Would you have Miss Biauju, as a wife, would you allow him to sell if it was illegal?
No, counsel, of course not.
So why were the macaques put in the cages, Ms. Biauju?
Because they were disrupting the daily operations of my business, making noises and disturbing my customers. So I asked my worker to put them in cages.
So, Ms. Biauju, is that correct by saying that there is quite a distance from the cabin to your food stall?
Yes, counsel.
So, can you briefly explain me your lifestyle as an Orang Asli?
We live in the forest and then we hunt any animals we get. My husband, and that's our life. And I manage the food stall. A very simple life.
Usually, what did your husband do with the hunted animals, Ms. Biauju?
He sells them.
See, okay. So, have you ever went to the cabin before, Ms. Biauju?
No, counsel.
So, who stole the food? Oh, sorry. That concludes my witness re-examination, my lord.
Thank you. Any more witness for defense? No witness for defense. Okay. The witness Kanisha, as the defense, wish to close their case.
Your Honor, we will conclusively close our case in our closing statements itself.
Thank you. Now I call upon parties to submit. Defense, you are allowed to submit. for your case and of defense. Sorry. Anything else?
I think they're supposed to stand down for 10 minutes to prepare
see.
for their closing statement.
Oh, okay. 10 minutes, huh?
Yes.
10 minutes. Okay. Let me get the timing right. 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, we'll be submitting. The parties will be submitting. Am I right? Yeah.
Yes.
After 10 minutes, upon submissions, we will. What are the other protocols that I need to observe?
No, just both side will have closing statement, 20 minutes each, and then you'll be given 15 minutes to
Deliberate.
Yes.
That means the marks and all that. So, right?
Yes. All right. Yes.
Okay. So we will stand down the matter, stand on the proceedings for 10 minutes for purpose of parties preparing their submissions. Okay. Then we resume back. Auni, please inform me upon expiration of 10 minutes.
Yes, I will now keep the time.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, the 10 minutes time is up. Tuan Salim, are you ready? All right. Prosecution counsel, are you guys all in and ready?
Yes.
All right. Defense counsel, are you guys all in and ready?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And now we wait for Tuan Salim for a while.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, parties are here.
Yes.
Okay, I shall hear from the defense first, followed up by the prosecution. Okay,
All right.
I shall hear from the defense on your submissions at the end of defense case. Yes, please proceed. Who is submitting?
Me, sir.
Okay, proceed.
With the permission of court, Your Honor, I would like to
Just
request...
zoom in. I don't want the entire submission of yours. Just zoom in to the important part of your defense and the law in relation to that.
Okay. So now I'd like to request the instructing solicitor to display the closing skeletal submission of defense, and we would like to tender it as defense evidence.
With the court permission, I will now display the closing statement by sharing the screen.
Auni, how long is permitted for the submission?
20 minutes for each side.
Okay, don't take too long. Just focus on the zoom in for the submissions. The important part of it. Okay.
Shall I begin? Sorry.
Yes, proceed.
Okay. Your Honor, to begin with the closing statement of the defense, we would like to reassert that the accused, Mr. Bahakim, has pleaded not guilty to the charge on him on 26 November 2020 and claimed trial. That accused pleaded not guilty. This case before the court today is under the law of the Wildlife Conservation Act 2010, or commonly known as the Act 716 for the protection of wildlife animals. Mr. Bahakim is an aberrant in the Orang Asli Temuan community who hunt wildlife animals as a cultural practice and lifestyle. In compliance with the Wildlife Conservation Act 2010, the defendant is charged under Section 68 sub 1 sub A for keeping 202 leaf Sunda pangolins without a special permit and is punishable under Section 68 sub 2 sub A. The defense humbly submits that there is a failure on the prosecution's end to provide reasonable doubt that the 202 pangolins were hunted and was to be sold off by the defendant. In deciding the premise of such a case where the appropriation of sentencing is to be decided, the Court of Appeal case of Lim Guan Eng against Public Prosecutor 1998 has to be looked up. Justice Gopal Sriram at that time stated that one must take into the account all consideration relevant to the case, including the gravity of the offense, the circumstances surrounding.
Why you're submitting the case of sentencing on sentencing?
Sorry, sir.
Why you're submitting the case on sentencing?
Because it's an example of the case where I would like to provide, sir.
Huh? This is talking about sentencing. Why you're talking about sentencing now? We have not even decided on sentencing. Are you conceding? Okay. This is the case of a sentencing. Huh? Okay. But never mind. Proceed. It's okay. Proceed.
Okay, sir. Shall I continue with the case, sir?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Don't need to read this thing. This is irrelevant. Okay, proceed.
Okay, sir. Similarly, in the 2020 case of Public Prosecutor against Tran Van Sen, the court mirrored the judgment in the Lim Guan Eng case and held that the offences were categorized in varied forms of seriousness, where one should look at the circumstances surrounding the case and the subject matter in hand.
Nishan, the seriousness is only a factor to be considered in the sentencing process. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Here we have not
Okay,
even
Brother.
deciding on the sentencing as yet. Okay? When doing the mitigation, then we can do on the sentencing. We are not submitting on the mitigation as yet. Okay? The court have not made a decision. So focus on the ingredients of the offense. Okay? Right. Go ahead.
On our facts, the defendant, Mr. Bahakim, does not have the antecedents of the accused, nor is there a clear motive successfully established by the prosecution. The case is clear. There was a raid to a cabin where wild protected animals were kept, among that being bat pangolins. This is a cabin that Mr. Bahakim owned, but does not exclusively used. In other words, the doors of the cabin were open to all the regular customers. There was no sole ownership of usage by Mr. Bahakim. It is known fact that Mr. Bahakim is one to use the cabin only if he goes for the hunting. On the day of the incident and even a day prior of that, there was no hunting done by Mr. Bahakim. Mr. Wantan Mi, the unquote buyer of the 2 pangolin, called the defendant on the 24th of November and requested for the sale to occur on the 26th of November. It is the defense stance that 2 pangolins were already trapped on the snare prior to that. In essence, only 2 pangolins were trapped on one snare, which was prior to the incident that led to the charge or even the day prior. On the other hand, it was Mr. Samir, who is a regular customer of the stall, who occupied the cabin at that time. Mr. Samir clearly stated that he wanted to use the cabin one day prior to the incident, and Mr. Bahakim never checked the cabin in good faith. The stall was only now picking its business up, and a business owner never takes any step to lose their customers, albeit even a single one. It was a vital point to ensure good trusting relationship existed between him and the stall's regular customer, as the sustenance of his family and the educational expenses of his children depended on it.
Nishantini, does he allow to keep 2 pangolins?
Sorry, Your Honor, he didn't keep 2 pangolins, but the
No. Answer the question. Does he allow to keep 2 pangolins?
You mean Mr. Bahakim?
Yes. Does the accused allow to keep 2 pangolins?
Sorry, Your Honor, but it is in trap, right?
I know.
Not
Answer the
kept.
question. Does he allow to keep 2 pangolins as opposed to 200 pangolins?
He's not allowed to keep the pangolin.
Okay. Second question. Does he allow to sell 2 pangolins as opposed to 200 pangolins?
In sake of sustenance for his family, he doing that, sir.
Okay. Proceed. Thank you, Nishantini.
Mr. Samir clearly stated that he wanted to use the cabin one day prior to the incident, and Mr. Bahakim never checked the cabin in good. I'm so sorry. Okay, Mr. Samir is just a lorry driver, stated he wanted to put aside some gunny sacks, but it is only after his usage of the cabin did the 200 pangolins appear. It is reasonable.
Does the existence of Samir was put to any of the prosecution witnesses?
Sorry, you know, please.
Does the existence of Samir being put to any of the prosecution witnesses during the cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
You got to be pretty sure of your answer.
You mean during cross-examination for prosecution, is it?
Yes. Does the defense put the existence of Samir in any of the prosecution witnesses, to any of the prosecution witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
No. Okay. Proceed.
It is reasonable to infer that Mr. Samir would have surely known that Mr. Bahakim will not check such cabin or go through another belongings to maintain a trustworthy relationship. The lorry driven by Mr. Samir will also a feasible notion as to how such a large number of pangolins would have appeared in the cabin suddenly. It is comprehensible to state that the means and manner of carrying out the act was more achievable by Mr. Samir than Mr. Bahakim. The
Focus on number
prosecution...
6, Nishantini.
Sorry,
Has
Your
the
Honor.
presumption that you mentioned under Section 58 of the Wildlife Act being rebutted?
Sorry, Your Honor, I was
You
lagging.
look at number 6. There's a presumption there under Section 58. My question to you, Nishan, has the presumption being rebutted?
No, Your Honor.
No? The presumption not rebutted? And I say presumption, whether it's presumption rebutted or not, whether the defense have rebutted the presumption or not. Okay, it's a rebuttable presumption. Has the presumption being rebutted? The answer is, are you maintaining your answer? Presumption was not rebutted?
It was rebutted.
Can you explain at one
Yes.
instance that presumption rebutted?
It does. Because the cabin is not only used by Mr. Bahakim, it's open for regular customer of Miss Ford.
Was there any suggestions to the prosecution witnesses on that line of cross-examination?
Yes, it is.
Was
Because
there a question put to the prosecution witnesses
prosecution witnesses.
on the access of others to the cabin?
Yeah, it is, sir.
Can you highlight which questions that be highlighted that being put to the prosecution witnesses in respect of an access of others to the cabin?
Wait, sir. The presumption is put forth by the prosecution. They have to submit the evidence of such presumptions, sir. They did not fulfill it just now.
No, it's a rebuttable evidence. The presumption exists under the law. So defense is duty bound to rebut the presumption. Was the presumption rebutted? So in order to rebut the presumption, the defense have to show the access of others into the cabinet, into the cabin. Was there any question per se being forwarded to the prosecution witnesses on that line? If there is, please highlight to me which questions are being posed to the prosecution witnesses in that aspect. And what was the answer?
Sorry, sir. It's rebutted as the occupier was not only Mr. Bahakim. We questioned Mr. Bahakim on it and Ms. Biauju.
Did any question posed to the prosecution witness in respect of the access of Samir, of one Samir, into the cabin? Was there any question posed to the prosecution witness, not the defense witness, but to the prosecution witness in relation to Samir's existence and his accessibility to the cabin?
Sorry, Your Honor, we did post the question. However, they were not aware the existing of Samir.
Did the question posed to the prosecution witnesses You just related earlier that you didn't pose any question in relation to Samir to any of the prosecution witnesses, not to the defense, but to the prosecution witness.
Yes.
Can you highlight to the court, okay, of such question that being forwarded to the prosecution witnesses on the existence of Samir and his accessibility to the cabin?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. It did post it.
Can you highlight the exact questions that are being posed by any one of you all in the defense team?
Sure, sir. Wait, the question was, do you agree with me that the Bar Hakim is not the only one who had access to the cabin? Was one of the questions that we asked to the prosecution.
Yeah. Is there any specific question in relation to Samir? Samir's existence and Samir's accessibility to the cabin? I agree with the general
Another question was asked to the...
Just answer yes or no. Is there any specific question in relation to Samir's existence and his accessibility to the cabin?
Yes, sir. We asked PW2.
PW2, what is the exact question?
The exact question was, give me some time, sir.
Sure.
The question was, do you agree with me that Bar Hakim does openly let his regular customers use the cabin as their storage place when needed? And then, do you agree with me that it is a known fact that Samir used the cabin?
That is a question posed to whom?
PW2, sir. Prosecution
witness 2. Was there any Samir's name mentioned there?
Yeah.
No?
Your Honor, I did not remember being asked that question.
You are not remember be asked that question. Who is that?
Prosecution witness 2.
You are answering. You're not supposed to get into the arena. You see, if anybody were to answer, that should be the defense. Prosecution. Witness don't answer anything. You're out of the forum.
Much pleasure, Honor.
Okay, prosecution. Where is the prosecution? Where is the prosecution?
I'm here, Your Honor.
How? Can you confirm that Nishan have asked that question? Though she didn't mention the name Samir, but such question was posed.
Yes, in reply to that, Your Honor, I believe that the defense counsel did not mention the name of Samir specifically to either of the witnesses.
I know. They didn't mention. I'm well aware of that. But did they pose a general question to that effect?
Yes, they did post a general question on the regular customers.
Okay. So you confirm such question were posed to the witness lah.
Yes, there was.
But they didn't mention the word Samir.
Yes, they did not.
Okay. Proceed. John, thanks.
Much obliged, Your Honor.
Shall I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, Nishan.
The prosecution tried to show that as per Section 58 of the Wildlife Act 2010, there is a presumption against the occupier, but they failed to meet any threshold. In a cabin where it is used regularly by various people, such presumption cannot stand alone to say the charge is satisfied. Moreover, there is no one way of having 202 pangolins trapped by one man. This is not an action-packed movie where one hero prevails against everyone else and obtains all that he wants. Mr. Bahakim is an Aboriginal man with limited resources who is trying to make ends meet for his family. The prosecution also fails to address the fact that being an Aboriginal means Mr. Bahakim has rights as per the codes and law to practice his cultural practices. The 2001 case of Nur Ana Nyawai, which was mirrored in the 2020 Court of Appeal of Ramba Agunggong and Ors against Osco Green Sanjan Berhad, stated that customary rights and cultural practices of Aboriginal can be practices. In Nur Ana Nyawai, the judge held that the Ibans will be able to continue hunting and killing other animals and birds. The purpose of this ordinance, like the others, is to declare the once native custom.
And then this is a particular case in respect of a sentencing upon conviction. So in order to assess the sentencing, they came up with this decision. Am I right? So it's not a case of an acquittal. It's a case of conviction and sentence. Okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
Am I right? Yes.
You are right.
Okay, proceed.
Relatively happened in the 2021 case of Ayat bin and Ors against Syarikat Perlambungan Gua Musang Sdn Berhad and Ors case. The plaintiff, the orang asli Kampung Kelayat, argued that the native customary land is the ancient territory on which they traditionally lived for their living. Since time immemorial, they have occupied the customary land and have enjoyed such independence of living within the customary land surroundings.
Okay, I think you can proceed skipping all this.
Okay, sir.
You know, it's all repeating the same thing. Okay.
All right. On the facts, Mr. Bahakim is from the Orang Asli Temuan community in the Kuala Selangor. They have been practicing their cultural practices and living a lifestyle of hunting, wildlife, and collecting forest produce. This is a custom that is allowed regardless of where they are. And this is proven when the authorities assured him of that when the relocation of the entire community occurred from the Kuala Selangor Forest Reserve to the fringe of the forest.
Nishan, is ignorance of the law is an excuse under our criminal jurisprudence?
Sorry, Your Honor, could you please?
Is ignorance of law is an excuse under criminal jurisprudence?
Absolutely not.
Obviously not, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any way that stated that he took the pangolin in? He hunted for pangolin for himself sustenance or the family?
He didn't hunted the pangolin, sir.
He hunted what? Deer?
Yeah.
How he got the pangolin? And for what purpose?
The pangolin was trapped, right, sir? Sorry, Your Honor.
The pangolin were trapped, and then he got in. He took the pangolin and he sold the pangolin.
Okay.
Am I right? That was the case of that was the premise of the defense. Am I right? He sold the pangolin. You are not rebutting the fact that he sold the pangolin. Is selling the pangolin allowed under the law?
No,
under the
sir.
Wildlife Conservation Act?
No, sir.
And he admitted the fact that he sold?
Sorry, sir?
He admitted the fact that he sold the pangolin out of ignorance of law. Am I right?
Yeah, Your Honor. However, we should look upon what the prosecution has said for.
No, it doesn't matter. What is the premise of the defense? Defense admitted the fact that, he sold the pangolin and he sold because of his poverty, and poverty is not the license to break the law. Am I right?
You are right, sir.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry to interject, but the time is up for the closing statement.
Samantha, we give them some extension. It's okay.
All right.
Okay. Nishan, yeah.
Shall I
Is there anything
continue?
else you would like to submit?
Yes, sir. Just a bit. The prosecution may argue that the handling of a social media account such as Instagram shows sufficient knowledge and integrity of the world, but that is not the case. No one man with the knowledge of doing something illegal will
Doesn't matter
blatantly.
whether he sold physically or he sold through a social media and all that is irrelevant to the ingredients of the charge. So then that is irrelevant considerations.
So, in conclusion, the defendant today, Mr. Bahakin, is an Aboriginal man who was doing anything he can to help his family out. Being a man with no silver spoon nor education, he did what he could. And that included some things that were illegal in the eyes of the law, but legal and normal even to him. It is reasonable that a common man such as him wouldn't have risked his liberty to commit such heinous crime if
Nishan,
he.
that goes to the root of mitigation. Your submission at the end, tail end of your submission, it goes to the root of mitigation. Yeah, he committed an offense, but please do take into account his poverty, his ignorance of the law, so on. That is the root of mitigations. That can only happen after he is being found guilty. Right? So that is not a matter for this at this juncture for us to consider. All right. But anyway, I appreciate your submissions on this point. Okay. Is there nothing else?
Finish it, sir.
Yes.
Hence, the defense humbly pleads to the court that such charges brought upon the defendant, Mr. Bahakim Anal Laki Bahi, to be dismissed entirely. Much obliged, Your Honor.
Yeah. You are seeking acquittal discharge, right? Okay, thank you, Nishan.
Thank you, sir.
Shall I proceed with the prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to share the screen. May I share the screen, Your Honor? May I present this court? My name is Alia Anissa. I'm the second counsel for the prosecution.
Alia, you also same thing. Just zoom in on the your case, your prosecution's case, and the ingredients in respect of the charge. That's all.
All right. We will require 20 minutes for our submission.
Yeah, try to limit it as fast as possible. Okay.
Right. May it please Your Honor, the accused was charged under Section 68, Subsection 1, Paragraph A of the Wildlife Conservation Act 2010. And according to Section 173M of the Criminal Procedure Code, it states that at the conclusion of the...
I think we can skip all that. We can skip the standard of proof.
Okay, much Your Honor. So on the ground is that the prosecution has fulfilled all the elements under Section 68, Subsection 1, Paragraph A, read together with Section 68, Subsection 2 of the Wildlife Conservation Act 2010. So the first element in this charge is that there were 202 live pangolins. It is respectfully submitted that the prosecution have affirmatively proven the existence of 202 live pangolins.
At the time of the raid, Alia, was the accused person in the cabin?
Yes, the accused was at the cabin.
Was there an evidence in respect of that?
He was there to sign the seizure notice.
In the cabin?
Yes.
He was present in the cabin?
In the vicinity of the cabin, yes.
What do you mean by vicinity?
It's near the at the cabin, yeah. At the cabin, yeah.
Yeah, not in the vicinity. A vicinity can be even 5 kilometers away.
Yeah. Let me rephrase my answer. It would be at the cabin.
In the cabin?
Yes.
He was there when the raiding team raided the cabin?
Yes.
Oh. And that was in evidence, huh?
Yes, that was in evidence, yeah.
Of what? Which witness?
Prosecution witness 1.
Okay. Did he say that he was in the cabin?
He did not specifically mention at the cabin, but he did mention that the prosecution witness 1 asked the accused to sign the seizure notice.
But where was it signed?
It was signed at the cabin. Because
after the raid or during the raid?
During during the accused was there during the entirety of the raid, as well as the teams from the prosecution witness.
Was there any evidence to say that he was present during the raid? Accused present during the raid?
We would rely on the seizure notice to prove that.
It's not for you to rely on. What is the evidence?
The evidence would be the seizure notice and the photographs.
What is the evidence of the prosecution witness? Did any of the prosecution witness say that, he was there present during the raid, not aftermath of the raid, but during the raid? I can go to his house and take and ask him to sign the seizure notice, isn't it? Or I can ask him to come over to the cabin after the raid. None of the cross-examination also being focused on that. So is there any evidence in chief?
Can I have a moment to think about the answer?
Yes, please go through.
Okay. Upon clarification, we would submit that the raid was indeed conducted when the accused was at Kedai Makan Bia. However, it does not dismiss the fact that the seized wildlife animals, namely the 202 live pangolins, were seized at the accused's cabin, and the accused shortly after that went to the cabin.
What is the exact thing? Can you repeat?
So upon clarification,
I'm not asking your opinion. I'm asking what is there in the evidence.
On the evidence, the accused was at Kedai Makan Bia during the raid. However,
what is the exact wording? What is the exact wording?
Like
just now, the defense was telling the exact wording. What is the exact wording?
Right. Can you give me a moment to check on the. Can I have the instructing solicitor to to share the screen on the
Yes. Just show me the exact wording, because you all have the prosecution witness statement.
Yes.
So from there you can actually tell me, show me where exactly it is. Either witnesses lah. When you prepare submission and all that, this is something that you all need to consider in the future. You have to take in an evidence, because every word of the accused person, witnesses are important. Okay, so that's why that is the importance of examination chief and cross-examinations. Alia?
I'm still waiting for the instructing solicitor to share the screen.
Instructing solicitor.
On the evidence vetted by PW1. Right. Let me see. On the Sugumari PW1's yeah. In the meantime. Yeah, in this
okay, they read it. Okay, and then
wait. It's before. It's when still got okay.
Okay, further A20, go to the A20. A20.
It's A19 around 6:45. I received a signal from Wantan Me that it was the perfect time to meet the premise.
Okay, why he said Wantan Me? Wantan Me met him. Can you go to 16, 17, 18? Did you see Wantan barking at the left side? Confirm Wantan Me and barking met at the, yeah. This is the one that you should be looking for. It's not for the court to guide you. Did you see both Wantan Me and Ba Hakim at the left side? I confirm that Tan Mi and Ba Hakim met at Kedai Makan Bia at 6 p.m. What is the plan action? Upon seeing Ba Hakim or leaving by using his bicycle, I further instructed to member Jelani and Freedom to follow Ba Hakim a long trail to unknown premise. What happened after that? Okay, scroll. Ba Hakim returned about 30 minutes, bringing along a pair of pangolin. Okay. Can you tell the court what time you read the alleged premise? Around 6 p.m. I received a signal from Wantan Me. There was a perfect time you read the premise. Okay. Where did the what do you call that? The officer Tan Mi met Ba Hakim? Is it at the premise?
Can you reiterate the question, Your Honor?
When did where did Ba Hakim met the Wantan Me?
It's at the food stall owned jointly.
Not in the what do you call that? Cabin.
Yes, not at the cabin.
Then why you are saying that he was there in the cabin? Where was he arrested?
He was actually arrested at the cabin because shortly after the raid, he indeed went to the cabin because he was shocked to see that there's a number of
so he was so the raid happened in the cabin. That time when the police raid, sorry, the Perkhidmatan people raid the cabin, he wasn't there. Am I right?
Yeah, he wasn't there.
So that is the answer I'm looking for. He wasn't there. He was elsewhere. Then he came. It's the aftermath of the arrest that he came.
Yes, that is.
Am I right? That is something that you focus on in the and the defense should have harped on that, but which they failed to do so. Okay, this is the kind of a question that you all, the defense, you all should capitalize on the gap to prove a charge. You all should capitalize on that instead of going on some other things which is made irrelevant to the charge. You all should capitalize on this, on the fallacy of the prosecution, because the arrest would have happened after that, not during the arrest. Sorry, not during the raid. Am I right? Alia?
Yes, correct.
Because the pangolin was given elsewhere in the Kedai Makan Bia, whatever.
That is correct.
See? Then after the raid, the enforcement would have even opened the door of the cabin and raided, and they found all these animals. And then he came about after the raid and signed the season notice. Okay. So this is something that the defense should have capitalized on it. But never mind. Proceed. Anything else to submit?
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
In the unfortunate event of the defense not failing to cross-examine on this kind of focal point, prosecution will take advantage of it and stand as an evidence in court. Unchallenged evidence. Unchallenged evidence. Okay. We proceed. Yes, Alia.
Much Honor. Owing to the amount of pangolin seized in this case, it would require great difficulty, resources, and expenses to tender them physically in court for the purpose of this trial. And other than that, the court has no capacity in storing such an immense number of wildlife under the disposal of this case. So as such, to prove the amount of 202 live pangolins seized, the prosecution during the trial has relied on and tendered two exhibits to the court, namely seizure notice, which is Exhibit P4 and the photographs exhibit.
Alia, if I were to sell only 2 pangolins, is that an offense?
Yes, it is an offense.
If I'm a Temuan, I'm an Aborigines of a Temuan community. Yes. If I were to sell 2 pangolins, is that an offense?
It is an offense under section.
If I were to keep 2 pangolins, even if it was trapped in or snared, if I were to keep 2 pangolins and I'm a Temuan Aborigines,
yes,
is that an offense?
It is still an offense under Section 51 of the Wildlife Conservation Act.
When will it be not an offense?
if the aborigine has a special permit to hunt totally protected wildlife.
But they don't need a permit, isn't it?
Yes, they don't need to have a permit if they want to hunt a protected wildlife. However, in this instance, pangolins are totally protected wildlife, which is two different categories of wildlife animals. And thus, if the accused wants to hunt them, he should have a special permit.
But if I were to hunt it for the purpose of sustenance or family sustenance, so do I need a special permit?
No, if it is
that's what I'm asking.
it is not it is unlawful under the law.
So Ba Hakim, did he hunt it for the purpose of sustenance?
No, he did not.
He did not. Why you're saying that?
We're submitting that since he has a business, a food stall business, which is sufficient enough to
that is not the point. That is not the point. I can have a business, but I want to buy a BMW.
That's true. That's correct.
So that is not the point. Poverty is not an issue here. Okay. How much money he earns is not an issue. My question is simple. My question is, does he allow to sell?
No, he's not allowed to sell.
That is what the point is.
Yes,
is he? Whether he wants to sell it for for free, or you want to sell it, for the purpose of, commercial purpose or whatever, that is still a flout of law, isn't it?
Yes.
It's flouting the law, right?
Yes, it is.
Is poverty a matter of consideration?
No, it is not here in this instance.
So does he need a special permit in order to sell?
He does not require any special permit.
He doesn't need a special permit.
Yeah, he does not.
One moment you are saying he needs a special permit. Another moment you're saying he doesn't need a special permit.
He needs a special permit when it comes to hunting totally protected wildlife.
Okay.
However, when it comes to protected wildlife, he does not have because his rights are protected under Section 51 of the Wildlife Conservation Act.
Yeah.
However, he cannot sell the wildlife he hunted. For the purpose of for the purpose of
you and me are in a position that we need a permit. Okay, we need a permit. But he is an Aborigines.
Yes.
Ba Hakim is Aborigines.
Yes.
Okay, so the moment he's an Aborigines, he have a right to hunt.
To hunt, yes.
Okay, or protect animals. But he can only use that hunting purpose of the hunting for the purpose of maintaining sustenance of him and himself or the family. Am I right?
That's true.
But the moment he encroaches to the arena of making it a trade, then it flouts the law. Am I right?
Yes, that is true.
Is that your submission?
Yes, that is our submission.
You must make your submission clear to the court.
Yes.
It's not for us to guide you. Okay, proceed.
And thus, according to the notice, 200 pangolins were found by the raiding team situated at the far end of the accused cabin. Meanwhile, 2 other pangolins were affirmed by PW2 to be brought to Kedai Makambiar by the accused, hence proving there were 202 pangolins in total. PW1 testified that he had presented the seizure list to the accused and he had explained the purpose and content thereof to the accused. Next is the photographs, which in our case, the photographs taken have been properly identified by PW2 and PW1 as an accurate representation of the scene. Both PW1 and PW2 were present at the scene, and the evidence on what they have witnessed, which is the live pangolins seized at the scene, constitutes credible evidence to be considered by this court. To conclude, the prosecution has successfully established the existence of 202 live pangolins from the photographs and the seizure notice. Thus, the photographs and seizure notice contain strong evidentiary value. The second element is the 202 live pangolins were kept in an unnumbered premise occupied by the accused. The submitted that the unnumbered premise located in kawasan penempatan orang asli Kampung Kuala Selangor, Hilir, Selangor, used to keep 202 live pangolins was indeed occupied by the accused pursuant
But their argument is, they are saying that Samir is the one when kept it in the unnumbered premise. What say you?
We are submitting that Samir does not exist.
I see. Why you are saying that Samir not exist?
Because there is no other witnesses to corroborate the statements given.
No other witnesses.
No corroboration was given.
The defense witness number 2 corroborated. Defense number accused person himself corroborated. Sorry, his evidence was corroborated by Bia.
Yes, that is true. However, we are submitting that according to the federal court case of Katia Yani and another against Lee Leong Sin and another, if a witness is independent, which is if he has no interest in the success or failure of a case and his evidence inspires confidence of the court, such evidence can be acted.
We are well aware of that. The focal point is, does such a question being posed to any of your witnesses on the existence of Samir? Is Samir's name mentioned in any of the witnesses, to any of the witnesses?
No, the question was not specifically mentioned. However, in their closing submission, they did mention about, they tried to put the onus on Samir when it comes to...
That came about after.
Yes, they came about after.
Okay. But during the prosecution witness, does Samir's name mentioned to any of the witnesses?
No.
Okay, proceed.
All right.
It's okay. You can skip all this.
All right.
Skip all this.
We wish to rely on Section 8 of the Evidence Act 1950 to support that the accused occupied the said cabin. And so during the meeting on 26 November 2020 at Kedai Makan Biak, PW2 requested to see live pangolins. The accused left PW2 to go to the premise to collect pangolins to show to PW2. This was witnessed by 2 perlitan officers who followed PW2 to the premise. The accused then returned to Kedai Makan Biak, bringing two live pangolins in a gunny sack with him to show to PW2. Upon being signaled by PW2, the team led by PW1 raided the premise where 200 live pangolins were seized. It is respectfully submitted that the accused had care and management over the premise at all material time, and it was seen by 2 perlitan officers visiting, entering, and leaving the premise carrying a gunny sack, which were testified by PW2 to contain 2 live pangolins. And by virtue of Section 8 of the Evidence Act, the accused prior conduct herein constitutes circumstantial evidence to support the prosecution's argument that the accused had occupied the said premise. And moving on to the issue of Samir, we are submitting that Samir is a mere Your Honor, I noticed that my time is...
It's okay. Proceed.
Thank you. Mashallah, Your Honor. We submit that Samir is a mere conjecture and is an afterthought made up by the accused and defense witness to secure acquittal from the charge. Further, this court should be cautious in relying on the accused's evidence as he is a self-serving witness and likely to be biased. As mentioned earlier, according to the case Katia Yani and another, in applying this case, defense...
But Katia Yani is on the witness. You come to court, you give evidence and all that. Yes. Here, Samir didn't come to court. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. So that case is much more irrelevant to the facts. Okay. Here, the focal point is Samir is an afterthought. Yes. Because that question was not placed on record, not placed to any of the prosecution witnesses. Although they embarked on a general suggestions, but in specific, Samir's name was not put to any of the prosecution witnesses. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, move on.
So in conclusion, the prosecution has successfully proved that the 202 live pangolins found in the premise were kept by the accused, and it was him who had occupied the premise. Thus, the presumption under Section 58, Subsection 1 of the Wildlife Conservation Act 2010 should be invoked, where it states that any wildlife or any part of derivative of any wildlife or snare is found in any premises. It shall be presumed that the occupier of the premises is in possession of the wildlife or part of derivative of the wildlife or snare. The third element is the pangolins are categorized as totally protected wildlife under the second schedule to the Act. The charge states that the 202 live pangolins seized were of the species of Manis havanica and were classified as totally protected wildlife under the second schedule.
It's okay, they never challenged her.
Yes.
Defense never challenged on that evidence.
Never challenged, yes. Also, since the defense also did not challenge the ability to give expert evidence, we will skip this. We'll proceed on the fourth element, where the accused failed to produce special permit for the keeping of the totally protected wildlife, which is the 202 live pangolins. Section 68, subsection 1, paragraph A of the Act states that a person who hunts or keeps a totally protected wildlife must possess a special permit. And under section 11, this special permit may grant the holder the rights to import, export, or re-export the totally protected wildlife. So as Malayan pangolin, Manis havanica, is a totally protected wildlife, the accused must possess a special permit to legally hunt, keep, import, export, and re-export it. The defense may claim that the accused was not guilty for the said offense on the ground that he is an indigenous person who is allowed to hunt the pangolins without having to obtain any special authorization. However, the prosecution will bring to the court's attention to section 51 of the Act, specifically states that aborigines may only hunt certain types of wildlife, which is the protected wildlife under the sixth schedule of the Act. Further, the keeping of the said wildlife is only for his sustenance or the sustenance of his family members and shall not be sold or exchanged for food, monetary gains, or any other thing. And in the contrary, the wildlife kept by the accused are pangolins which are classified as totally protected wildlife from the second schedule, unlike what is permitted under section 51 for aborigines to keep and hunt. And
Okay. I think we got your point. Anything else?
In conclusion, here as seen from the defense's opening statement, read to this court, the defense cannot refer to civil cases of which claims are on native customary rights to land to justify that aborigines have a right to hunt. The prosecution never dispute this right, and the prosecution is saying that this right is limited and there is a specific law that covers on aborigines hunting limitations, which is the section 51 of the Act. Similarly, in this case, the accused was also found with 202 live pangolins, which was seized, and thereby he should be held liable under section 68, subsection 2, paragraph A of the Act. So in conclusion, the premises, it is respectfully submitted that the evidence led by the prosecution was sufficient in proving the elements of the charge made against the accused. Thus, the prosecution has discharged the burden of proving its case beyond reasonable doubt. And it's also submitted that the defense case is based on evidence of husband and wife, which requires corroboration from an independent witness. We maintain that Sami does not exist. He's an afterthought created by the accused and defense witness too, and their argument on relationship of trust have no bearing because such relationship has to be proven to exist first in this court. The absence of communication and additional witness renders the defense's case unbelievable.
Okay, I think it's enough. I think enough for your points. Okay, so what you are seeking?
The prosecution does humbly pray for the accused person to be convicted for the charges for the charge made against him.
Okay, thank you, thank you, parties. Is there any reply from the short reply from the defense? Defense, do you wish to reply a very short reply to any of the points raised by the prosecution in their submission?
No, Your Honor, we do not.
Okay. With that, I deem that parties conclude their case, and we Auni, we shall adjourn the proceedings for how many minutes? For purpose of deliberation?
15 minutes. 15
minutes. Okay. Maybe we can take about 20 minutes or so. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, because I need to go through this whole thing. Okay. Apart from Auni, because I need to clarify a few things from Auni. Everyone else I think can leave the room. Is that okay, Auni?
For the participants, while you deliberate, they will be assigned to breakout rooms. So
yeah, I need to speak to you on a few things.
All right. Okay.
First and foremost, please forward to me. Then, okay. Or I can just take it from them. Prosecution. Who is your lead counsel just now?
Me, Honor.
What is your full name?
Nurul Hana binti Hairizam.
Rohana?
Nurul Hana binti Hairizam.
Nurul Hana?
Yes, Your Honor.
Binti?
Hairizam.
Hi, Riza.
Yes.
Your second.
My name is
prosecution.
Alia
Alia.
Anissa.
What is your name?
Alia Anissa.
Alia Anissa, is it?
Yes.
Binti?
My father's name complete. Khairus Masnan.
Kairos Masna.
Yes, it's a bit complicated.
Okay. All right. That's all. Our defense.
My name is Kanisha Naya.
Kanisha Naya, anak perempuan.
Parameswaran Naya.
Parameswaran Naya. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Second defense counsel.
Nishantini, sir.
Nishantini. I'm looking at your screen. Are you son or daughter of anak perempuan Elangovan?
Anak perempuan Elangovan.
Yeah. Nishantini anak perempuan Elangovan. Okay. All right. And the witnesses. Okay. Witnesses, the prosecution witness number 1 is Fitria
Binti Triparwoko.
Binti. Can you spell?
TRI.
TRI.
And then space.
Okay.
Parwoko. PAR.
PAR.
WO.
WO.
KO.
WOKO. Okay. Witness number, prosecution witness number 2.
Nur Emilia Adriana.
Mana? Nur
Emilia
Adriana binti
Intizam. INTIZEM.
Intizam, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Defense witness number 1.
Sir, Paul Seldrin, POR.
Defense witness. Okay. What is the name?
Paul Seldrin, POR.
Where you are? Paul. Paul Xiao Jun, is it?
JUIN, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Defense witness number 2.
Sumitra Joanne anak perempuan
Where are
John.
you? Sumitra Joanne, anak perempuan John Brito. Am I right?
Yes, you're right.
So I got all your names. Okay. Okay, I'm done. All right. So yeah. So if only do I need to also announce the winners, or I just have to email it to you all?
Yes, you need to announce on the total score for both sides,
Okay.
and then for the result, and then on the margin, and the best overall performer, the best instructing
Okay.
solicitor.
So it'll
Yeah.
take some time for me to actually do calculation all this.
Yes.
Okay,
Do
just give me
you
some break.
Yes.
Okay.
Will you need
If not
additional
20
time?
minutes, maybe we'll try to get it as soon as possible. All
All
right.
right.
To
Yes.
might
Yes.
extend. You all go
Yes.
for a lunch or something. You all go and take a break. Okay, let me do this. All right.
All right.
So
All right.
take care. I'll get back to you on this. All right.
All right. Yes.
Okay. It's just get in touch with me. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. So
Okay.
now, for the participants, I will assign you guys to the breakout room, and then for Tuan Salim, we can have your time. And if you need any additional time, just inform me. All right. So participants, hold on for a second while we sort you out to the breakout room. Kanisha, can you accept the invitation for a breakout room? All right. Alif boleh pause recording tak? Boleh pause. Kita tak record.
Sekarang ni masih live.
Kena stop ke?
Tak, it's still being live streamed.
Alright, then it's okay. We just leave it. Yes. Do you have any question? Lee. Yes. You,
I accidentally entered, sorry.
so I will assign you to your prep room. Alright. Tuan Salim, are you ready now?
Can you give me another 5 minutes or so?
Yes, sure,
Thank
sure.
you.
All right.
Yes. Okay. All of y'all came back. Is interpreter Auni?
Yes.
Are you here? Yes,
Yes,
all
I am.
participants are here.
Yes. For
Have you all
position.
taken a break? Have you all had your lunch? It's raining heavily over here.
Yeah.
You know, it's been like this for the last 24 hours actually, more or less. You know, before I announce the result, okay, it's my heartiest congratulations to each and every one who participated as counsel, DPP, witness, and instructing solicitors. Okay, and for purpose of record, yeah, who is the instructing solicitor? I didn't get your name. For UITM, who's your instructing solicitor?
Me on it. Haikal Ubaidillah.
Haikal. Ubaidillah. For ATC?
Lee Yvonne. Yeah.
Lee Yvonne. And the instructing solicitor, apart from the fact that you all are sharing the screen, you know, are you all also responsible in preparing documents? Instructing solicitors, yes. Yeah, preparing submissions. Are you all also responsible in preparing submissions? Yeah. Okay. Pre-trial documents, close skeletal submissions, and all that. You all are responsible, right? Okay, because there's a separate score sheet for you guys. Okay. Okay, as I said earlier, you know, it's not an easy task for me to decide. It was pretty tough. And when we decide, we don't take into account the outcome of the case as a matter of considerations. Okay, we are not so much concerned about whether the accused person is acquitted or convicted for the purpose of this mock trial competitions. Okay, the decision is made guided by the rules of the competitions, where we will judge based on the presentation, advocacy skills, drafting quality, arguments and applications of law, demeanor, methods of questioning in cross-examination, which is very, very important, and presentation of evidence based on the rules and law in terms of admissibility of evidence. Okay, this is the guiding points that we will do our tabulations of scores. Okay. I was both what do you call that, UITM and ATC. Are you all final year law students, or you all first year or second year? I don't know how it works. UITM first. Are you all a final year?
No, Your Honor. We are all in the third year.
Or third year?
Semester 5.
Third year. Are you in the third year? I'm sure that you will also have studied some procedural subjects. Am I right?
No, Your Honor.
No, not at all.
We are only in semester 5.
Semester 5 is what? Final year?
No.
Third year, second semester?
Third year, first semester.
Third year, first semester. So are you in third year now?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you already studied?
We haven't studied procedural.
So, but you are in third year?
Not yet. That's in fourth year.
Apa ni? 4th year only you study lah.
Mm-mm.
I'm asking something else, you're answering something else. You know, in your 3rd year, do you all study procedural law?
No.
No, only in the final year, kan? You study CPC 1, CPC 2, civil procedure 1, whatever. Okay? Okay, good. How about ATC? I believe that all of you all in the UITM is 3rd year lah. Huh? I assume that way. All right, good. How about ATC? You all got this intermediate, part 1,
Yes.
part 2. Where are you all external University of London students?
Yes, we are. Me
Excellent.
and Yvonne, the instructing solicitor, both of us are in year 3. Whereas in
When you say year
Seljung,
3, what do you mean by that? Are you part, because of foreign degrees are 3 years?
Yeah.
Are you in your final year?
Yeah, considerable, yes. We are in our final year already.
So you are in your part, what? Part 2, is it?
Part 2, yes.
Part 2, external University of London.
Yes.
So would you be going to UK to further your study?
If we opt not to do so, then we can just stay here in Malaysia. And I opt not to do so and move on. So it's not going.
That applies to everyone, is it? Including Nishantini and all that?
Yes, Nishantini, Sumitra, Joanne, and also Seljun. But all 3 of them are in year 1.
Oh, year 1.
Yeah, they just started out their degrees.
Oh, congratulations. You know, congratulations, you guys did well. Although you are in your 1st year of external University of London, you did pretty well. Yeah. For the limited knowledge and experience that you have, you know, you did pretty well. And I wish you all the best. And please, you know, whatever the outcome of the decision of the deliberation is, you know, please be reminded that you all can make it as a very good advocates in the future. Okay. And coming from me, I'm a former president of the Malaysian Bar. Okay. Take it to heart that, you know, I'm impressed with the advocacy style presented by both teams. Okay, though there was some kind of fallacies involved in presentations and advocacy and tendering of evidences, but that, you know, that's something that, you know, we even senior lawyers make mistakes in the course of their practice. Okay, so no, you know, I'm very proud and impressed with each and every one of you, including the witnesses who did pretty well in performing their role. Okay, and in assimilating themselves into the role of respective witnesses. Right. And just before I announce the results, just a couple of things that I like to highlight. For the prosecutions, okay, yes, you have presented your case quite accurately. Presentation of evidence. Your cross-examination is quite thorough, I would say. Okay, you did put forward your questions. No doubt, but there are certain improvements that you should do, mainly in terms of an evidence and all that. Though there wasn't any on any consideration that I took into account in respect of tendering documents, but in future you must strongly adhere to the procedural rules and law, okay, in tendering of documents. As a prosecutor, in a natural settings, there will be definitely objections from the defense. Okay, so you cannot go on whims and fancy, tender the document as you wish. Okay, you must strongly adhere to the CPC, Criminal Procedure Code, and the Evidence Act. Okay, though it was not a requirement of the competitions, but this is part of the objective of the competition is to for you all to climatize yourself, not only the advocacy, but also on the rules and the law governing criminal procedures. Okay, right. So you have to, the prosecution, bear in mind that under Section 51A, it's always mandatory for you to tender to give documents to the defense, whatever document that you wish to tender. Okay, it's no more like those days, it's directory. Now based on PP against Anwar Ibrahim, no more directory. Awaluddin Suratman, the decision of the Johor Bahru High Court has been overruled by the federal court, departed away from that principle. Now it is mandatory under the law for the prosecution to tender documents to give document first to the defense before tendering it as evidence in court. Okay, failure to give document to the defense is fatal. Okay, you will not, what are the consequences? The consequences be that you will not be allowed to tender the respective documents. Okay, unless you satisfy certain provision of the under section 51A, where you don't have the document at the material time when the proceeding starts. And then on a good faith, you are allowed to tender certain documents. Okay, some document, not all document, some document with the leave of the court. Always remember that. Then prosecution also took the liberty to produce other documented evidences like photographs. Photographs, as what I say earlier, always remember that there are various case laws to say that you need a Section 90A certificate in substitute of a witness. If a witness comes to court and depicted, okay, that he took the video or he took the photograph, that is sufficient. And if he comes to court and say that, yeah, I took the video, I took the photograph, and I am the one who is responsible in printing out the document, the photograph in the normal or ordinary course of business, then it satisfies Section 90A. That is the Computer Evidence Act. Okay, those of you are not familiar yourself with the Malaysian law. Okay, those of you from the External University of London, you will be able to appreciate better when you do your certificate of legal practice. Okay, so it's a tough thing, the certificate of legal practice. Okay, but you at that material time, you'll be able to appreciate how the law of the country works. Okay, at the moment you can stick to the Police and Criminal Evidence Act of England. Okay, for the purpose of your criminal law studies. Okay, which I believe Kanisha and all that have gone through. Okay, so this is what it is. So that is something that the ATC students, I don't know whether you all have studied on Evidence Act. Have you all? I'm sure you have studied in your third year, right? Alia and Hannah. You have studied the Evidence Act. You have not studied Evidence Act? Okay.
Not yet.
So you have not studied Evidence Act. So let me tell you, okay, that is something that you will want to look at when you study your Evidence Act later. Section 98, Documentary Evidence, Computer Evidence Act need to be satisfied. The requirements are they need to be satisfied. Okay, so that is very important. And under the Criminal Procedure Code also, you will be also studying. It's all a law. What is cross-examination? What is the examination chief? And re-examinations. When I tell you earlier, do not touch on something during re-examination. Do not touch on something that never raised in cross-examination. It's not I am telling. It's the law. Okay, so you open the book Criminal Procedure Code, you will see that. Okay, law relating to chief, cross, and re. Okay, and that is the thing. Okay, and obviously the rule governing cross-examination is to shake the credibility of the witnesses. That is a rule. Okay, to injure the reputations of the witnesses. That is a rule under the Criminal Procedure Code. Okay, and then there are a whole lot of other things that you will study when it comes to Criminal Procedure Code and evidence data. All right, on both the ATC and UITM. Okay, it is that UITM will be studying before graduations, and ATC people will be studying after graduations. Okay, during your CLP, if you're doing a Malaysian law CLP, unless you're going to go to England and do your bar exams. All right. Okay. So that'll be pretty interesting. Okay. And the legal principles governing that. A whole lot of decision being churned out in respect of all this. You might want to take a special interest in looking all the new developments that have taken place in the courtroom. Okay. And in a superior that have been decided by the superior courts of Malaysia. All right. Little thing on apart from prosecutions, comes to defense. You all did pretty well, but there is at times, you should be more focused on the defense. Okay, you should be more focused on the defense. You shot on your foot when you decided to ask few questions which is against your premise of your case. Okay. For example, you have considered to the fact that, yes, the pangolins are meant for trade. Okay. He was trading it. He was trading it. Okay. Okay, where is Nisha? Nisha, where is Nishantini? Nishantini, I record here your questions to join. Sorry, to join, yeah, to Sumitra join. You asked, you are not aware of trading activity of your husband. Okay, and Joanne said, no, I am not aware. Okay. You should never ask that sort of things. Okay, never. The moment you ask that question, that means you are considering the fact that maybe the husband are into some kind of tradings. When they say trading, monetary considerations, and the wife is not aware of it. And the moment the wife is not aware of it, the wife may not be aware of so many things. Okay, so her role will be made redundant. Okay. And it propels the prosecution's case. Okay, they'll get upshot, to score points. Okay, to say that, well, this witness doesn't know much. Her role as far as the husband's activities are concerned are quite redundant. She just focused on her business, running the restaurants or stalls or whatever, and that's what it is. And whatever she's telling in court could have been something that she concocted in order to save the husband. And more so, she might be interested. She may be an interested witness in this case, being the wife of the accused person, right? So this is something that you'll be very, very careful. Okay, and as you all know, Samir is an afterthought. Okay, at least Kanisha or Nishan should have put the name in. You must remember the case of Botachin, Wong Sui Chin, public prosecutor against Wong Sui Chin. You'll be studying that when you're doing a CRPL or that later. Okay, in Wong Sui Chin, yeah, that is the principle of the decision is you must put your defense at the earliest possible opportunity. If you don't, then it will be treated as a afterthought. Okay, and that's what happened here. Yeah, Kanisha or Nishan have made some general questions, have fielded out a general question to the prosecution witnesses, but never focused on Samir. Okay, and remember, there's a presumption there, and although it's a rebuttable presumption, the burden is on you now to establish, okay, that the presumption is rebutted. Okay, that's what it is. When I hold a drug, okay, there is a rebuttable presumption. This is a presumption that I am the owner of the truck, but it's a rebuttable presumption. So I have to prove now in court that the presumption is rebutted because I have no knowledge of what I'm holding. I thought the container that contains drugs is, doesn't have drugs inside. It's something else. I believe it's something else. The burden is on me, or the container doesn't belong to me. The burden is on me now to prove otherwise. So the presumption have to be rebutted. Kanisha, Nishan, and everyone else, okay, take note of that. Okay, you must put forward your defense as early possible opportunity. Okay, fail to do so, you raise it later during your defense, and you're putting out this part of evidence which you never raised it earlier. It'll be an afterthought. Okay, all right. Admission of selling wildlife animals, as I said, this is something that the defense have put it out during cross-examination, which doesn't augur well for the defense. Okay, ignorance of law, no excuse. Okay, no excuse. No matter, you can be a country pumpkin, but ignorance of law is no excuse. All right, you must always remember that. So, and there was, though on facts, there was constant meeting and on meet and sale of Mabia and Ba Akim, and also the Wantan Mi. That particular evidence need to be challenged vigorously, but there wasn't much cross-examination which was placed to challenge that piece of evidence. Okay, so it's very important for you to challenge every part of it that to do with the ingredients of the charge. Okay, the ingredients of the charge is like what being submitted by the prosecution during the submissions. Okay, that is the ingredients of charge. All right, so it doesn't matter whether you sell 2 pangolin or you sell 200 pangolin. It doesn't matter. The moment there is a sale, it considered you violated section 51. Is that true, Alia? Section 51, right?
Yes, 51.
Yeah.
That's true.
Okay. So the moment there is a monetary consideration, regarded there is buying and selling. The moment there is a buying and selling, is a violation. Okay. That piece of evidence need to be challenged. Okay. At the earliest possible opportunity. All right. Okay. Now, okay. Time for the truth. But before that, let me tell you, all of you did very well. All of you did well. Okay. This is a case of PP against Bar Hakim, which I sat and deliberated. And based on the rules of competitions that have been submitted to me, based on my observations, the case is being argued by two prestigious institutions, that is UITM and ATC. Okay, and the instructing solicitors, I didn't record their name here, sorry. Instructing solicitors is Lee Vaughan for ATC. Lee Vaughan, yes. Lee Vaughan. And what is the other guy? Haikal Ubaidillah. All right. Best instructing solicitor with a score point of 76 goes to UITM, Haikal Ubaidillah. Best witness goes to Po Xiao Juin with a score mark of 80. Best counsel goes to Alia Anissa Kairos Masnan with a score point of 81. Best overall performer goes to Alia Anissa Kairos Masnan with a score point of 81. Overall winner of the competition is UITM with a score point of 377 as opposed to ATC with a score point of 347 with a margin difference of 30 marks. Congratulations, UITM, okay, for the winnings, and equally my heartiest congratulations to ATC for a best performance that you all have put in in these competitions. I wish you all the best, okay, and I wish you all again that good luck to your future career that you will be embarking on. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks, court interpreter Auni, for guiding me throughout
Yes,
these
my pleasure.
competitions. I wish you all the best. Thank you.